um, unheard of, hardships, closing businesses, not being able to go to church and pray. And how is that all influenced? We're talking about, was that a rational, logical process that took place? And how come it happened to basically, most countries in the world at around about the same time? And then if that was such a big deal 2 years ago, why isn't it such a big deal today? Has the sort of, has the cloud of whatever around, has it just sort of passed on? Has it sort of gone, I don't know, up to Mars somewhere? Or I don't know what happened to it. And so if you think about, well, what's the primary emotion that they were influencing, that the powers to be, whoever they were influencing, was fear. And so basically everybody did whatever they were told to do under the emotion of fear. They were operating under the emotion of fear. So that's how powerful it is. And why fear? Because on the levels of consciousness, fear, you can calibrate fear energetically, and it's calibrated at 100, which is, a scale of a logarithmic scale. But fear is the lowest energy form that you can basically predict what people will do. You can control what people will do. If it goes any lower than that, it gets down to, denial and, apathy, which is, people just giving up. So you can't really herd them. So we've got a fantastic, example in the last 2 years of people being persuaded to do lots and lots and lots of things that, if you think about them logically and rationally, they were absurd, and people did them. And when I say people, I'm talking about, people of the highest intelligence or academic, intelligence for rational thought and logical thought, down to, normal Joe Blows. And we're talking about basically every culture on the planet Earth. Perhaps not every single culture, but, we're talking about every different form of culture, every different form of religious beliefs, and those people that use their sort of logical, rational, or even emotions of pushback, they were held up as examples to be, punished, like, public, public flogging, put them in the stocks. I mean, show the brutality. This is what will happen to you if you don't obey. And so does that make sense, Matthias?
Yeah, very much. So to find like the key driver, I will have to start looking more into the core emotions of my avatar.
Well, yes, you've got to understand and research who your avatar is. Oh. Typically, who would want to buy whatever product or service that you're offering? So typically, who is actually searching for a solution to whatever your product or service can provide a solution to? And then you say, well, where are those people hanging out? Do they hang out by the seaside? Do they hang out in jungles? Do they hang out on the internet? Are they gamers? Are they just social influencers? Are they social followers? Do they hang out in special groups? Special topic groups? Where do they hang out? Who's already selling them whatever it is that you want to sell them? You research, well, who is already in the market selling what I'm selling? How are they targeting their audience? How are they getting people to purchase? So you can actually look at their copy and fairly quickly find out how, what buttons they're pushing and how they're pushing them.
Thank you. Yeah, makes total sense.
Okay, so if there's no more questions. Okay, so let me share the screen. So hopefully you can see a blue slide on which says something to do with the neuropsychology for extraordinary achievement. Thanks. So what I'll do is I'll just sort of work through this presentation a bit. And then when I get to a point, we'll sort of, stop that and we just go into a bit of a discussion about, what this thing that I'm stressing actually means. So it would be terrific if you could take notes, paper and pencil notes of anything that actually comes up, anything that's notable for you, anything that you want to put a question mark about that says, oh, hang on, I'm not quite sure what he meant by that. Can we expand on that? And then when we have a little break, just in this presentation, not a break for a cuppa, then you make sure you've got those notes in front of you. Or I'll ask you, a couple of questions based on, the implications of what we've just discussed for you, and how you're going to navigate it. Have you even heard of this concept before? So we're going to go through a couple of ideas in this, which Keegan has, I think, probably given you a list of topics. And so this particular presentation is going to deal with a formula that I created for high achievement. And basically, if you stick to this formula, there's no way that you're not going to achieve. It's only you that will break the formula or not do the formula that will cause the inability to get the results that you want. And then we're also going to talk about this idea of the comfort zone and what it actually does mean as opposed to what people think it means. So if you think about success or high achievement or whatever it is that you want to, however it is that you want to calibrate this for yourself, but if we use the word success, okay, so what does it mean for you? Now, for some people, it means some form of high achievement. Now, could that be academically? Yep. Could it be monetarily? Yep. Could it be physical? Could it be, so whatever form of high achievement, it could mean that. It could mean something along the lines of pursuing adventures that are fairly challenging and fairly epic in nature, so that you're not stuck within a certain boundaries, that you're actually really exposing yourself to new experiences and new challenges. For some people, it could be a series of qualifications. I've got to get a cert 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got to get my master's. I've got to get my PhD. I've got to get all of these sorts of qualifications. And the interesting thing about qualifications, it's always given by somebody who's doing the qualifier. And so it's not really internal success. It's actually, success who somebody else has actually identified. And so there's a lot of conditioning. There's a lot of, fitting you into boxes with these ideas of qualifications. But nonetheless, that's what it means for some people. For some people, it's, things like, more time and space. And to get more time and space, you need to be somewhat financially independent. And so you've got to start thinking about, okay, so what does it mean for you? And these are only a few of the ideas that you can develop. Now, if you think about a conundrum, if you like, I mean, anything in the world is available to you if you deliberately set out to experience it. Anything in the world is available to you if you deliberately set out to experience it. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? If you deliberately deliberately is going to be something to do with consciousness. It's got to be a whole series of things. But basically, if you understand that whatever is high achievement for you, and unless it's some sort of club or some sort of status membership or something, basically, high achievement is really physically, mentally, spiritually, financially. There's basically no restrictions of entry. There's no exams to pass. There's no university fees to pay. There's no lack of information available. So if anything that you want is available for you, if you deliberately set out to experience, and if there's no restrictions of entry, no exams to pass, no university fees to pay, and no lack of information available, how is it that only a fraction of people could describe themselves as experiencing the life that they designed and they created for themselves, and they're ecstatically happy with those results? Now, when I was starting off, this whole idea of the conundrum, okay, anything is possible if you deliberately set out, and there's this vacancy, there's no restrictions. So basically, it was a conundrum that puzzled me for too long, let's say. And I didn't actually understand, why at the age of 40, I was a dead flat broke potter. I mean, I really didn't understand. I could probably intellectually say these things, but that was just sort of like putting up a facade. I didn't really understand why, despite all of the work, all of the effort, all of the hardships, all of the skill development, all of the status that I was achieving as a potter, qualifications I was achieving as a potter, why at the age of 40 was I dead flat broke? Now, how do I resolve that? Well, I thought that all I had to do was read a few how-to books. And then I'd know how to, wouldn't I? If I, so go to the bookshop and there's how-to books on just about anything. So, okay, so fine, just read a few of them, and then I would know how to, how to make more money, or how to bake bread, or how to build a canoe, or, how to put up a tent in the woods when you've got no tent pegs and tent poles. Basically, there's everybody asks the question, well, how to. But basically, with every how to I tried, I only succeeded in losing money. What was going on? Like, okay, so here's how to make $1 million. Basically, you develop something of value to share, and you share it with people who are willing to pay for it. Well, okay, so that's how you make $1 million. It's easy as, isn't it? Just go and do it now. What about buy cheap real estate and wait for 20 years? Well, easy as. What's the problem? Basically, you could have bought Bitcoin anywhere between 2009 and 2016 and just waited for 1 or 2 years. Hey, you'd be a millionaire. Easy as. So what's the problem? How to is easy. Just go and do it. Today, maybe, and this is not advice, but today you can probably buy Bitcoin and wait for 4 or 5 years, a little bit longer, but basically, easy as. It's basically how to. So initially, nothing worked for me. And that's the conundrum. And that's when I realized that the answer is not in how to. The answer is in how can I make $1 million. And so what I realized is that the I part was the missing link. because I certainly had the desire, I had the motivation, and basically I had the drive. But see, my I was a dead flat broke potter after, all the academic qualifications, all of the accolades and prizes and all of that sort of stuff. The I at 40 was a dead flat broke potter. So none of the how-tos is work, because the I was still a dead flat broke potter. So it doesn't matter how many how-to books I read. So basically I had to change my I, in other words, my identity. So I had to engage the wisdom and the motivation necessary to overcome obstacles, to overcome internal or external barriers that were preventing me from basically achieving what I wanted. And when you think about that, I had to learn identity wisdom. And if I didn't learn that identity wisdom, if I just went and read all those how-to books, I still couldn't have done it. And people don't do it. I mean, that's why they continually sell how-to books, because none of them work. So they just go and buy the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. So I realized that without an identity change, basically, it doesn't matter. I can tell you how to do any number of things. But if you think about the underlying drivers, the underlying identity can't actually do the how-to. So you've really got to start asking and thinking about a different question. So what I'd like to offer you basically over the next few months is some of the wisdom that I learned along the way that allowed me to basically not only understand my conditioning, but then how to transform from what I call servitude conditioning to processes that could develop the outcome that I wanted, which was, financial independence. And so we've got to dig deeper and dive deeper and investigate deeper and chase little knowledge rabbits down the knowledge hole as deeply as we can in order for any how-to to work. So if you're just going to chase a how-to, it's easy as just go and read a book on whatever it is that you want. And at the end of that book, you'll have a head full of how-to stuff, but you won't have the recipe for change. And so that's what I'd like to offer you over the next few months is parts of that recipe that I had to change, in me. So I'm sharing my experiences because after I made these changes, the actual results came fairly quickly relative to, the mainstream. In the film The Matrix, basically that transformation is described as a choice between a willingness to learn a potentially unsettling or life-changing truth. So we can underline a willingness to learn a potentially unsettling or life-changing truth by basically taking the red pill. So that willingness has to be high, and willingness is basically scores as 360 on the levels of consciousness, and we'll get to that levels of consciousness sometime later. But it's a high level of consciousness than courage. It's a much higher level of consciousness than courage, so much more higher than, let's say, desire. Desire is quite low. Desire is actually only one level above fear. It's one level below anger, for example. But basically, life-changing truth by actually taking the red pill, or the alternative was to remain in contented ignorance by choosing the blue pill. And so to remain in contented ignorance is to actually remain in your unconscious world. You're not even aware, or you're so comfortable in your familiar, and you find anything that's outside your familiar too challenging. So then that becomes potentially an unsettling life change, truth that you're not willing to adopt. So if you think about, you're going to take the blue pill or the red pill during this this journey. So if you think about underachievement, you might think about relative to your potential, you don't underachieve because you lack the capacity or you lack the opportunity. You actually underachieve because your thoughts, emotions, and psychology have been conditioned to hold you at the level that you're currently experiencing. And so if you know anything of Ouspensky's work, he talks about the free ride bias. You're developed up to a certain level of development and you don't actually have to do a thing because schooling does it for you. Basically, the system does it for you. And once you reach that certain level of development, the system is not interested in you developing further. So if you want to go further than that, then now everything is, the onus is on you. And so basically, your thoughts, your emotions, your psychology have been conditioned and up to a certain level of development. And that level of development is the results that you're currently experiencing in any area of your life. So it's the results you're currently experiencing in your primary relationships. It's the results you're experiencing in health. It's the results you're experiencing in business, in marketing, in sales, in your finances. Basically, unless you develop yourself further, those results cannot and they can't develop. So if you ask, okay, what if you desire next level results? What if you're actually on this program because you think that how to can actually get you to your next level results? Well, if it was as simple as a how-to, again, you wouldn't be spending money on a program like this because you could buy, I don't know, buy 50 books. Okay, if you read 50 books, you're going to be well read, and you can read 50 how-to books on basically anything that you want. But do you actually think? And most people do, they think, well, it's okay, it's just a matter of how to. Well, that was the conundrum that I was experiencing. So if you think about how to, and there's a very good reason why how to doesn't work, because there's no adaptability in how to. And it's the adaptability that's actually missing. And we'll get to adaptability a bit later on in this presentation. So do you think that how to will produce the necessary level of mind change that you need to 10x your results? So to 10x your results in relationships, to 10x your results financially, to 10x your results in wellness, to 10x your results in sales. Because if you think it's simply a how-to process, that's basically remaining with the blue pill. So if you think how to, it won't do it. And one of the reasons why it won't, and this is, I think, one of the reasons why it won't do it, is that your mind's energy needs to flow past how to the I, so that your identity. And your identity is a person that can only create the results that you're currently getting until you change that identity. Now, you can change that identity in a nanosecond. It doesn't mean to say that you've got to go through this laborious process of identity change. You can actually change that in a nanosecond. Your results can't come in a nanosecond, but your identity can change in a nanosecond. For example, you can have a road to Damascus experience. You can have a near-death experience, can't you? On the other side, on the pre-side of that near-death experience, you were a this, and suddenly you decided to be a that. It can happen in a heartbeat, but that's where your mind's energy needs to go. It's into this identity shift. Now, if you think about what creates this identity that we have at present, well, basically in our subconscious mind, we've got programs for every single aspect of our lives. And those programs are subconsciously, pre-consciously running the show. Okay, so it's those existing programs in your subconscious mind that are creating your results in any and every area of life, any and every. So if you're not happy with the results in any area of your life, then you can change them. But you can't change them by running the programs that are responsible for getting them. Okay? You cannot change a program that is responsible for what's not working. You cannot change a program that's responsible for what's not working, because it's responsible for what's not working. You can certainly insert a new program that has greater potential to achieve what it is that you do want. So every program that runs there, we can say R is for relationships, F is for finances, W for wealth. So basically you pick an area of your life and there'll be a program that's running, and that's basically your subconscious mind and your existing programs. And over here, you say that you want a new outcome, whatever that is for you. And let's say that 10x, that new outcome is to consciously 10x the results. Again, it could be in relationships, it could be finances, it could be lifestyle, it could be adventure, it could be whatever success means to you. So your job is to get from here, these things that are running the show, over to here in the quickest possible time that you can actually do it. So your mind's energy has got to come and focus totally on here. And the reason why how to doesn't work is because people's mind's energy is still focused way over here. And of course, there's no adaptability if you're focused way over here. So basically, you've got to be able to journey towards the new outcome that you want by keeping that new outcome in absolute complete focus. You lose focus of that, you're being run by these things over here. There's a little bit of a challenge because somewhere in between here and there, there's this filtering mechanism in your mind. And that filtering mechanism is called the critical faculty. And basically, you can say, oh, look, I've got this idea that I can experience financial freedom. And so that idea has to go through this filtering mechanism. And this filtering mechanism says, is there an idea here that matches the idea over here? And if there's a program over here that says, I can experience financial freedom, then there's no problem. Yep, we'll just go in because that's where all the behavior is, and the behavior will drive you forward. If there's no message over here that says, I can experience financial freedom, let's say there's a message over here that says, I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, it takes too much time, or look, it costs too much, it's too hard, it's too difficult, it's too threatening, I feel anxious, I worry, I'm stressed out, but what will my friends think of me? They won't approve of me, I'll feel rejected, I'll be different, I'll be isolated, I'm alone because there's nobody else to speak to. Well, there's hardly going to be an I can actually achieve financial freedom message be able to get through, because this filtering mechanism will just block it. If there's no matching program there, those results won't come. So you have to put the new program there, but you only put the new program there by actually repeat this stuff over here. And then it'll just go in, because eventually the filtering mechanism has a process where it calls, that's termed generalization. You do it often enough, it says, okay, this is a new program, we better put it over here so that we can automate it. And you only automate it through habit formation. So that's the journey in front of you. Old models over here, old models of money and wealth and, value, basically have you selling your time and labor for money. And at the same time, it has you selling your time and labor for money, it has you directing the discretionary part of that money towards spending it on things that will destroy the value of the money that you're selling your time and labor for. And so every day, every week, every fortnight, every month, every year, you have to keep going out to the marketplace, selling your time and labor for money that you then destroy the value of. Now, let me ask you if that sounds rational. Let me ask you if it sounds logical. And you might say, no, neither of those. But why do you do it? Because logic and rational aren't running the show. These programs are running the show, and basically they're just emotionally based. No rational logic, anything there. It has no thought patterns. It can't think for itself. It's just programs that you've behaved into place because you've been conditioned to behave those things into place. So here's the answer. Want a new program in there? Behave it in there. Just like all the other programs went in there. You didn't even have to think about them. You behaved them in there. You just weren't aware of it. Modern economies need a maximum number of years of work and spending from you before they allow you to retire. And how do they get the maximum number of years of working and spending? Basically, it's easy. Just use fear as the primary emotion and debt. You have to keep working to pay off your debt. So what's the easiest way? Well, make you think that it's a good idea to go into debt and then threaten you with pulling away whatever you're buying with that debt if you don't actually pay up. So we live in a time of unlimited leverage, and it's really important to know. It's not your time and labor that can be leveraged, but your knowledge can be leveraged 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. So how do you make $1 million? Well, just get something of value, share it with 1 million people, charge them $1 each. Hey, presto. What's stopping you? That's a perfect idea. Perfect. In fact, you can actually take this presentation and show people and charge them $1. Now, if you show 1 million people, it's going to be worth $1, isn't it, for them to understand this information? And so what would stop you from doing that? I don't know, a whole bunch of things over here. So it's not the ideas that are problematic, it's what's actually happening over here that is problematic. You can't create wealth or financial independence or more discretionary time by pointing your mind continually back to old models. No matter how much do you charge per hour, all you're ever doing is just continually recreating your past. You recreate your past intellectually, you recreate your past physically, you recreate your past emotionally, you recreate your past in basically every result that you get in any area of your life, unless you do the work. And if there's 2 of you, then 2 of you got to do the work. It's not just 1 of you that's got to do the work. So if you want to progress, you've got to make these models obsolete. And the easiest way to make them obsolete is to not do them. And then you might ask, well, how do I stop? And that's a question I hope somebody might ask me when we have a bit of a break. But basically, you've got to make these models obsolete. And so you make them obsolete by creating new models. And new models just take time. You can think their identity into existence in a nanosecond, but you can't develop a skill in a nanosecond. Skills happen through repetition. You can't build bigger muscles unless you're repeating something over and over and over and over again. And the more you take your muscles to fatigue, the more quickly you will develop. The more you take your brain to fatigue and you keep going, the more you will actually develop. And hopefully you don't shy away from fatigue, because basically, old things will come up like, oh, geez, that's too complex. I don't understand it. My brain's too full. I can't concentrate, and so on. But they're all just voices that are coming from over here, these, pre-existing subconscious programs. So if you think about how old programs work, well, they teach you that you should have a desire for something. Okay, so I have the desire for change, whether it's, again, financially, whether it's, relation-wise, health-wise, strength-wise, speed-wise, skill-wise, maybe you want to play better tennis. Okay, so basically, then you go and, learn stuff. You get information. Now, for some people, that information might tend to, or they might perceive that information as a little bit overwhelming, a little bit challenging, a little bit out of their depth. And so basically, they reach their point of breakdown and they don't actually go further. Some people, buy programs, they don't even read them. They buy books, they don't read them. They don't go, they reach their point of breakdown. They come onto a few calls like this and then we don't see them again. They reach their point of breakdown. Some people go a little bit further and they apply the information they get, but it might not work out the way that they wanted it to work out initially. And so they reach their point of breakdown simply because they didn't get the result that they were actually looking for. But then my question is, what criteria were you using to measure the result? And generally, people use criteria that comes from the old set of programs. And if you're using criteria that comes from the old set of programs, you might describe that result as failure. You might describe that result as, well, not good enough. And then you reach your point of breakdown. Well, you think about the point of breakdown happens when you seek solutions through the filters of your old programs. They can't take you past your point of breakdown. So we need new programs, and that can only develop as a series of skills and behaviors and repetitions. Feedback from old programs can't provide you with the necessary information to move forward because they've never been where you say you want to go. So how can they provide you with the information that says to move forward? They've never been there. They don't know the pathway. They don't know the terms. They don't know the practices. They don't know the behaviors because they've never done it. They just have programs that you put in there, from when you were growing up until now. So only thing that those programs can do is create levels of sameness. They can't advance you. So the only way we can advance is to learn new programs and then wire them in to your subconscious so that they run automatically. And that's what a skill is. That's what muscle memory is. It's just something that's wired in that now runs automatically. You don't have to think about picking up your food with a knife and fork. You just do it automatically. Well, you can create wealth in exactly the same way. All it is learn and be disciplined by developing a new series of behaviors. Old results don't come from your potential. They come from your present I. And that's why I wasn't advancing myself as a dead float broke potter, because my I was a dead float broke potter. So what did I know about money? I'd read all the bloody how-to books I want. It didn't change. Nothing changed. There's nothing adaptive in there. So basically, I had to change the I part of me, which is the identity. So it's not possible to consistently behave in a manner that is inconsistent with your old models, references, and programs that you keep in place. In other words, you might start off on something, I want to stop doing this, I want to stop doing that, and I want to start doing that. But then you say, a week later, you find out where you're doing the same old thing over and over again. I want to stop eating this food. I want to stop, taking that imbibement or whatever. Hey, presto, a week later, 2 weeks later, you're back there doing the same thing. I want to really put my mind to losing weight. And so I do all this activity, I lose the weight, a month or two later, hey, presto, you forget, you slip back into your old programs, hey, presto, weight comes on. To experience extraordinary new potential, you've got to be willing to move through the discomfort of replacing old models with new models and behaviors. That's a process. That's what takes time. That's what takes discipline. That's what takes willingness. You can think the identity in a nanosecond, but you can't behave the skills in a nanosecond. So it's really strange when you think about it. People are willing to spend 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 6 days a week, year after year, 40 years, trying to make 50 or 60 or 70 or $80,000 a year. But they actually won't even spend a fraction of that learning how to become financially free. Where's the logic in that? Where's the rational? What rational part of the mind is saying it's better that you actually slave away 8 hours a day, earning $25 an hour? I mean, what part of your rational mind says that that's the thing to do in order to achieve, no debt and financial freedom? And yet people are not willing to spend the same amount of time or less time, but put the same amount of effort into becoming financially free. Well, what's going on? There's something powerful. There's a powerful driver going on. It's emotionally based. It's not intellectually based. Until you actually break the addiction to those chemicals of those emotions, in other words, the addiction to being yourself, the addiction to your present identity, nothing changes. You've got to be willing to move through the discomfort of replacing old models with new models and behaviors. The thoughts that you keep returning to eventually become hardwired neural pathways. And so what you fire together, you literally wire together. And that's why creating new behaviors takes time, because you've actually got to fire and wire together new neuro pathways. And that just takes time, takes discipline, takes repetition. If your identity keeps returning to the past, you actually are trapped by that past and nothing new happens. So when your past becomes your reality, you start getting what you hold as true in that reality. And so if you think about powerful neuroscience, it basically demonstrates that your brain is actually a prediction mechanism. Who would have thought that the brain is a prediction mechanism? If you look at the work of Professor Lisa Feldman Barrett, she notes that brains didn't evolve to react to the world around us. They evolved to predict what's going to happen to us next. Where do those predictions come from? That they come from the set of neuro programs that we've actually already got in place, because they tell us what's going to happen next. They tell us what to be fearful of. They tell us what's going to cause discomfort. They tell us what's going to take a time. They tell us what's going to be too much effort. They tell us. So they become prediction machines. Brains didn't evolve for rationality. They did not evolve for you to think or perceive your world accurately. Underline accurately. Think about adaptability. If you take the blue pill, if you remain with the conditioning that has been socially engineered into your very identity, is there any adaptability going on? No, because the brain is already adapted. It's fully adapted to the environment that you have learned, the environment that you're conditioned into. But unless you actually learn something new, it can't adapt to its new environment. So it adapts to its existing environment, because that's the only thing it knows. And if it adapts to its existing environment, then it predicts that existing environment. What happens if you take the red pill? Well, now you switch adaptability on. And because the brain is capable of neuroplasticity, it's actually capable of neurogenesis. In other words, it can grow new brain cells and it can grow new neuropathways. That's adaptability. Now, it takes time, it takes discipline, it takes practice, it takes repetition. One of the reasons why how-tos don't work is because there's no adaptation taking place. You're feeding a how-to into an existing set of neuropathways. Nothing's going to change. It's just the old thought's going to travel along the existing neuropathways. You've got to create new neuropathways. In other words, you've got to adapt your brain to the new rather than it remaining with the old. As Brad explains, the core task of a brain working in service of the body, underline this, a brain working in the service of the body. Your brain, and it's really important because we're going to come to a little sort of a question process soon, but I want you to understand, I want you to really burn that into your psyche. The core task of a brain working in service to the body is allostasis. Now, we just might have introduced a new word here, so let's go and see what allostasis actually means. It's defined as the process of maintaining homeostasis. What do the subconscious programs do? They just want to maintain homeostasis. They're just programs that run and run and run all the time. They can't, there's no divergence, there's no adaptations going on. So basically that's homeostasis. And every time you put a thought back to the old model, you're just running that program, which is then creating homeostasis. So defined as the process of maintaining homeostasis through adaptive change of the organism's internal environment to meet the perceived and anticipated demands of that environment. Now, a bit of a mouthful, let's break it down. If you remain in an environment where people are so conditioned to think and behave in certain ways, the adaptive change of the organism is going to be to meet the perceived and anticipated demands of that environment. If, on the other hand, you immerse yourself in, let's say, environments such as the environment of this call, and if you could do that 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, imagine the adaptability of that organism, because imagine you're actually going to change your internal environment because it's got to change in order to meet the perceived growth that this new environment is going to demand of you. And if you're not in that new environment, if you sort of visit that new environment on a sort of an inconsistent basis, like, once a week, it's just like visiting your grandma once a week, but then going back to the normal world for the other 155 hours of that week. And so again, all it is you're going to adapt to your environment or the demands of that environment. And the demands of social engineering says, don't change, stay the same. And here's debt, and this is how we create sameness for you. Regulating the body's internal system by anticipating needs and preparing to satisfy those needs. That's what those programs do. They're prediction mechanisms. So as soon as they get a stimuli, they run it already. And basically they become prediction mechanisms because they satisfy them before everything arises. And that's central to how you think, how you emote, how you make decisions, and how you think about yourself. That's why the I has to change first. Focus on the how to, nothing's going to happen. You've got to change you before your results in any area of your life can change. And then you say, okay, so what is your body's internal mechanism always preparing for you to satisfy? And I might just leave it here for the tick and just go and have a basically discussion and have a look at if there's anything coming up for you, if there's any questions that you want to ask based on that bit of content so far.
Hi, Paul. Ndabongo here.
Ndabongo.
So I have.
How close was that?
It was pretty close.
I was
I thought of
practicing.
a way for you. I thought of a way for you to potentially get a little bit
Okay,
closer
good.
to the pronunciation. If you think about the O in Dubongo as the O in like sold, the O in sold or chose, that's the same O as opposed to bongo, like a drum. It's bongo,
Oh, okay.
like sold.
Ah, okay. I just heard that. Okay, good. I'll keep practicing. So
So
question?
yes, the question is around the identity changing process. In my experience, I have an extremely I have an extreme ability to sort of put new programs and beliefs and patterns. I like to feed them in. I can feed them in very, very quickly. And as I sort of reflect on my past, I experienced a relatively extreme dissociative disorder, which allows me to let go or sort of compartmentalize sort of different aspects of my identity very easily. The caveat here, and when I was listening to you, I started realizing that though I can input new things very, very quickly, I wonder if I'm not actually changing things, rather just sort of adding modules, adding sort of folders in a file system of my brain to include new things and fracturing the identity more. So here's my question. Is it necessary / how can I integrate new patterns, new beliefs, new programs in a way that overwrites old patterns as opposed to just creating a new one and then the programs fight each other and I have to consciously work on that, or it splits in between? Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. So lots and lots are going on there. So one might describe you as being intellectually gifted. Okay, because you can see these concepts and you can say, oh, geez, that's a good idea. I think I'll actually integrate that. And okay, so job done. Aha, that's where everything falls down. The job is not done. Okay, so whilst you can intellectually, shift things in your mind, what basically happens is that you can semantically recall them. And so what you develop is semantic knowledge. In other words, once you've actually semantically integrated those new concepts or new ideas or new models or whatever, you can now have conversations with people regards those new models and those new ideas, because basically you've got that new idea in, and you hear language that triggers this idea, and you're able now to speak this idea because you're academically gifted. But what you haven't done is behave those ideas. And so if you think about, there's no experience in semantic adaptation. So we've got to move things to episodic memory. In other words, you've actually got to do the muscle memory through action and behavior and repetition of action and behavior. So the ideas can go on fairly quickly, but the behaviors can't. Does that make sense? Because there's no neural pathways for them. There's no muscle memory for them. There's no cellular memory for them. And so what happens is that you can't think greater than your body feels, because you haven't done the adaptability in your body. So they say, depending on what school of thought that you listen to, and there's many different schools, but they say that, let's say your mind is not in your brain. Let's say your mind is in every cell of your body. But if you don't practice something so that your cells now pick up a different series of messages and then adapt to those messages via the environment, they're not going to change the behavior. So think about this. Here you are, as intellectually as free as a bird in this world of yours. What happens through, I don't know, a series of unforeseen, accidental, misinterpreted happenstances, you find yourself going through the court system and thrown in jail. Okay? And you happen to be in America and you happen to get thrown in one of the worst jails in the world. How do you think you're going to survive with this intellectually free mind of yours? Okay? So you've got to quickly adapt to that environment, otherwise you don't survive. And it's only behavior. It's nothing to do with the intellect. It's the behavior. It's the repetition of behavior. It's the positioning of every cell, every nerve ending in your body that is now concentrating on survival in this environment. So what does survival in this environment mean? Exactly the same thing in terms of your relationships, in terms of your finances, in terms of, it's the episodic memory that you have to build. And you can only build that through repetition of practice, repetition of behavior. That's the only way you can build a skill. Intellectually, you can have this semantic stuff going on. And because you can regurgitate it and because you can speak it, you think you know it. But you actually don't. You only know half of it. So when I'm speaking to you, I'm speaking to you through my episodic memory. I'm not just making this stuff up. I'm not just speaking theory here. I'm speaking, you know, hard-won practice, hard-won behavior, hard-won reality, hard-won experiences. And when I say hard-won, there is hard-won as any of experiences you've already obtained, no better, no less. Okay, but I'm speaking episodically, but I can't give you the episodic of it. I can only give you the semantic of it. What you receive is the semantics. You can't receive, I can't give you my experience. I can only give you content and context. You have to behave the experience, otherwise it doesn't go in. What goes in is just a semantic series of book learnings, you know, book smart. I can quote you chapter and verse, but I can't do it. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Thank you. That was a very clear breakdown of exactly what's going on.
Excellent. Good on you. Good question.
Hey, Paul, on that one, something you said was really interesting for me of like, you run that new program and it's actually instilled deeper because you've now reacted to different iterations of looking through that lens. And the practice, like each time you have to solve a problem looking through that new lens, is that what kind of sits it in deeper and deeper because you've now seen more situations looking through that kind of direction?
Look, there really shouldn't be any mystery to this. I'm just giving you a whole bunch of, you know, different language maybe. But see, you've already behaved everything that you've learned. And you know that if you want to learn something else, all you've got to do is behave it. There's no mystery. You know, Luke's doing some video work, no mystery there. He didn't learn it by, you know, going down the farm and digging spuds. Does that make sense? It's just, I don't know. Last week, he wasn't as good as he was the week before. The year before that, he wasn't as good as he was now. Next year, he's going to be a damn sight better than what he is now, because he's going to learn stuff, especially in how to script, you know, how to tell a story with the videos now. Because like you think about one of the greatest industries in the world is Hollywood, and all they are storytellers via, you know, video. And, you know, so what creates that story? Well, you know, there's the dialogue, there's the scenery, there's the plot, you know, the theme, there's the music. I mean, take the music out of any one of those blockbusters and what is it? It's like the dialogue out of those blockbusters, and what is it? Well, it's not even as interesting a thing as what Charlie Chaplin was doing. He did basically everything, in silence. Okay, so his body, he's doing a lot of, compensating for, the technology that hadn't been developed yet. So there should be no mystery here. Okay, how you learn this is how you learn anything. You just do it over and over and over and over again. And each time you learn something, you add a little bit more complexity to it. You have a little bit of breakthrough, then you have a lot of confusion. It's great to have confusion because that's the precursor to breakthrough. But how many people back away from confusion? Oh, I'm confused, it's too hard. Well, that's the adult brain that's not willing to adapt. And generally people haven't got the discipline to, encourage it to adapt. So the question is, what is your body's internal mechanism always preparing to satisfy? And once you understand that your brain's a prediction mechanism. It predicts what you're going to see, how you behave, smell, whatever, because it relates it to in a millionth of a second to what already exists. So now you're looking for it. You go into situations, you're actually predicting what's there. You go into a kitchen, you're predicting that there'll be smells there. You go into a lounge room, you're predicting that there was furniture there. You're predicting that it'll be laid out in a certain way. You're predicting that you're actually going to go and sit down somewhere. It's all happening beyond your conscious awareness of it. So answer that question for me, if you would be so kind or so brave. Either or will do fine.
If I could just quickly jump in there. Are you done, Jamie, or you want to ask something else?
Good for now.
Cool. So when you were talking about willingness and identity change, since going through the process of selling an online course, helping people learn a new skill, and essentially in a way create a new identity, I found that some people come into the course, they get results, they do what they have to do, but some people buy it and I never hear from them again, or I don't actually see them interact with it or take any of the teachings on. I mean, they might go into it for a little bit, but then kind of fall off the back. And I think for me, it's like, I see that as a failure or I guess my question is, to what degree is it the responsibility of the person creating the program to instill the change in the person learning, if that makes sense?
Okay, so let me observe something first before I share some thoughts with you. That was a very good avoidance of the question. Okay, so I'm still interested in that question.
Okay.
Now, if I ask you, how do you help people learn new skills?
How do I do that?
How do you teach? Well, you said that you run these programs teaching people how to learn new skills. How do you actually teach people to learn new skills?
Through action.
How do you do it?
Oh, I do it through video lessons and demonstrations and giving them tasks to do.
But that's not teaching them how to develop new skills, is it? That's just giving them some content.
Right.
You're not out there behind them barking instructions like, your PT trainer might be doing. You're not out there barking instructions like a coach in a football field might be teaching them how to pass a ball. So you're just telling them some things that they can do, but you're not actually teaching them how to build new skills. Does that make sense? Let that permeate your thought forms for a tick. You're just giving them content. It's the same as a how-to book. But there's no environment of adaptability in that. So, you know, I ran this program called EMC, which is, you know, Elite Money Club. And, you know, that ran for 12 months. And all of that 12 months, I said, the only thing I can actually give you in that 12 months is content and context. Okay, but I can't give you skills. I can't give you the skills. I can't help you develop skills until I've given you all the content that I need to give you. Now, you couldn't have even absorbed that content in the 12 months, yet alone put it into practice.
Mm.
And then I said to the group, now, okay, let's take this and now let's take some of that content and now start putting it into practice. And so that's skill development. So for the next 6 months, all we did is something over and 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 over again. And each week, those who, you know, were up to the challenge, they came back with new work and they had it critiqued, they had it criticized, they had it analyzed, they had it, you know, in a supportive way. And then they had suggestions for what to go, you know, what to do. Now, that process literally frustrated about half of them. And so they stopped showing up. And there's only a very few of them, like a handful of the ones that started, are actually finished. And they came up with, you know, what I consider to be really brilliant work. Now, I don't know whether they've gone on to apply it because I don't have contact with them. But to go from not being able to know anything, let's say even about a PowerPoint, you know, presentation, to develop it to a sense where it's now becoming, you know, completely commercial. Now they've just got to, you know, present it, leverage it, and hey presto, customers. That's skill development. Repetition, 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 repetition. And it's me barking at them. So I don't have to be on the field barking at them. But if they come and they didn't do the work, you know, I perhaps wasn't as kind as I normally am. So can you see, Luke, that you're not teaching them skills? So therefore you can't be responsible for skills if that's not what you're teaching them. Now, what's your responsibility in any form of engagement, any form of, you know, doing what you say that you're doing? Well, you've got to think about it in a different way. But basically, what's your responsibility? Because it's the same responsibility that I take here. Your responsibility is to become the best example of what it is that you're actually attempting to share. And so if you don't keep expanding you, then that's your responsibility. If you don't continually develop and adapt your ideas, your thought forms, that's your responsibility. You have no responsibility to them for the results that they get. That's their responsibility. Can you help them get different results? Yes, only if they give you more time. But if they don't want to give you more time, then you can't help them develop skills. You can only give them content, and you can put that content into the context of what they're attempting to do, or the time and space they have available, or the environment they're actually living in. Okay. Now, I can help you develop skills, but I can only do that if you give me more time. And this program is not designed for that, because I only have you for this amount of time, and I'm giving you content. I'm helping you maybe digest things in a different way. I'm helping maybe develop memory hooks where you can start thinking differently for yourself and perceiving the world differently, but I can't develop skills. I can't help you develop skills yet. And that's got to be a time related thing. The more time you give me, the more we can work on those repetition. Does that answer your question?
It does indeed. Yeah. It reframes it. I know you don't like that word, reframe. We chatted about that a few weeks ago. I think it was.
Well, if you think about reframe, what's the refer to?
So just removing the frame which you're already in, basically.
Well, means to re-energize it, or is to create a new.
Right.
So were you trying to create a new out of an old? Well, why don't you just go from straight to the frame and create a new frame? Don't reframe anything, just leave it there.
Yeah. Cool.
To answer what my unconscious was looking for, Paul, safety, love, acceptance, positive regard, familiar, predictability, easy, free ride.
Well done.
Yeah.
You captured a lot there.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how many of those do you think are adaptive to change?
Maybe two.
Which
Three.
two?
The idea that I can create safety, love, and acceptance for myself instead of needing it from others, and positive regard. If I'm looking for it externally, then they'll all trap me.
Okay, so say your list again.
Safety, love, acceptance, positive regard, familiar, predictability, easy, free ride.
Okay. So where does acceptance come from? For you particularly, in the here and now, not intellectually, but where do you look for acceptance? How do you know? How do you feel? How do you experience acceptance?
Acceptance feels like positive regard from loved
Okay,
ones.
so how do you experience positive regard?
Externally.
Okay. So is that adaptive?
No.
Well, it is. It's highly adaptive to the opinions of other people. And how do you think the opinions of other people will validate your idea of the free ride?
It constantly make me look for where it's already been done instead of creating it myself.
Not likely. My way of thinking, they might say you're a bludger. My way of thinking, they might say, well, you're easy, you just want the free ride, you're not prepared to work.
Do you mean if they're seeing me?
When women look at you and say, oh, he's only interested in a free ride, my goodness gracious, is that somebody I should invest time and relationships in? When the universe looks at you and says, oh, he's only interested in a free ride.
Doesn't leave room for progression in the direction which is toward.
Well, think about adaptability. It's adaptability to what exists, or it's adaptable to what is new. So none of that is adaptable to what is new, what is potentially new. It's all just reinforcing the same. So you're just running old programs. But that's good. It's good to recognize that. It's not that the old programs are not the problem. Believe me, it's actually your lack of ability to run a new program. That's what the challenge is. And you've already done that millions of times. Every time you've learned something new, you've just run a new program. Every time you decide to go off on an adventure, every time you, decide to take a challenge and get on the Big Dipper at the show or something like that, you know. I mean, you don't even know you're going to be alive after it. I mean, you hope you are, but you don't know. The only proof you've got is seeing the other people get off at the end of it. Okay, so you really got to focus consciously on adapting to a new environment, but you've got to surround, you've got to insert yourself in that new environment in the first place. And again, that's what Keegan's creating with basically, you know, this whole, you know, uncommon, and it's called uncommon success for a reason. It's not the success everybody else gets, which is, you know, predictable, obedient, and running a servitude life. Okay, so what I'm gathering is that very few of you have had the ability to answer that question or to even think about it. So you really need to underline it, and you really need to start asking yourself, you know, questions about basically, you know, what's your body's internal mechanism always preparing, you know, to satisfy. Now, the reason why it's important to answer that question for yourself, because see, if you can answer that question for yourself, you then stand a good chance of answering it for your avatar. And if you can answer it for your avatar, you then stand a good chance to be able to develop the dialogue that then communicates more meaningfully and more purposely and more influentially with your avatar. But if you can't answer it for yourself, you're just going to have a scattergun approach. Your mind's going to dart around in you know, any one of a million different ideas and not be disciplined. Okay, so any thoughts that before we go back to the presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go for it.
Oh, it's okay. Just go on, Corbin.
Corbin, you go.
Okay. I was curious that talking about identity and how that affects, and it sounds like, you know, you mentioned the flat broke potter path that you changed from. Was the switch from, I mean, the avenue to a rich potter is maybe a little harder than changing your identity from a potter, but was there a path that you saw to a rich potter rather than a flat broke potter?
No, I didn't know how to be a rich potter.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay, so I'll tell you what happened though. Let me just pull up the slides. What slide am I on? So 22. Let's go back to this slide here, so number 20. And let me bring up that. Where am I? So let me go there. Let me share screen. Let me go there. And basically, I knew that this was the identity of a dead flat broke potter. And no matter how many how-to books I read, this person couldn't do it. So remember that I said that I had to do something with my identity, or the I part. It's not, you know, it's not the how-to, it's the how do I. And so the I part was missing. And so in a nanosecond, I became a wealthy person in my mind. I created that reality in a nanosecond in my mind. Now, that reality existed first. That reality existed or had to exist prior to anything in my external world being able to change. If I didn't do it in my mind, I couldn't do it in the external world. Most people want to do it in the external world before they do it in the mind, and it can't happen like that, which is why no how-to book works, because there's no adaptability in it. So I became a wealthy person who just happened to do pottery at the time because I love pottery, nothing wrong with pottery. But I wasn't a potter trying to be a wealthy person. I was a wealthy person already. I just happened to be doing pottery. And I was also doing the learning now. So I was a potter for another, in fact, I became sort of financially free by the end of 1997, but the last exhibition I had was 1999. So I was still doing exhibitions even after I became reasonably wealthy. Does that strike a chord?
Yeah, no, it does. I'm finding connections to the broad sense of identity and finding what that means to me to get to my success, I guess. So
Yeah,
that's
so
a little more of a journey, but
you know, the mind's reality has to change first. Then all the neurochemistry and neuropathways can develop. But if that doesn't change, then it can't happen. Somebody else had a question, I think, or a comment.
Yeah, I was about to ask a question before.
Yep.
And it was in relation to your conversation around adapting, and Paul, you talked a little bit about how the adult brain don't like change and don't like the frustration process of a learning curve. But how is it that someone can learn this discipline in relation to getting the stuff done so he can implement the information he just learned, and that someone else doesn't have the recurrent discipline for going through that process?
You know, discipline it can be
makes
learned.
sense.
It's easy to learn. You know, like none of this should actually be difficult or hard because you already do it. You just don't recognize that you do it. Okay, so if I asked you to hold your breath, could you actually hold your breath?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you know, let's say I'm going to get you to do it. You don't have to do it, but let's say I'm going to get you to do it now.
Yep.
And let's say we're going to time you. So, okay, so you can hold your breath for 50 seconds. Okay, so
yep.
Look, I say, look, I need you to be able to hold your breath for 1 minute, 30 seconds before I can give you the next piece of this information. Probably in 5 minutes, you could actually train yourself to hold your breath for, 90 seconds. Now, if you think about if you could train yourself in 5 minutes to hold your breath for 90 seconds, why didn't you do that in the first place? So what's the process that's actually going on? Well, so you're holding your breath and you get to, the 45, 46 second mark, and your body is now sending you messages to your brain that says, look, if I don't breathe, I'm going to die. And then you let your body win, don't you?
Yeah.
Because then you just collapse and take, take a breath. But let's now just practice a few things. Now, if you get to the 50-second mark, your body is going to say, oh, look, I'm going to die if I don't take a breath. But your mind is going to say, no, you can go 10 seconds longer. You can and you get to the 10 seconds, and then your mind says, no, you can go 10 seconds longer. Now, you know that eventually you can fall unconscious because you can will yourself to hold your breath. Now, what's actually happening is you're not running out of oxygen. Okay, that's not the way it works. It's just that your CO2 levels are building up, to then trigger off. I think there's a couple of receptors in the back of your brain somewhere. I think they're called your chemoreceptors. Not exactly sure if I can remember that, but basically it's triggering your chemoreceptors because the level of carbon dioxide has gone up, which telling you to blow the carbon dioxide off. It's not that you're running out of oxygen. You've still got oxygen there. Now, what you're doing is when you're training yourself to hold your breath is you're training yourself, your mind, to overrule those chemoreceptors. So in layman's terms, your mind is thinking greater than your body. The challenge is that most people's bodies think greater than their mind. So they can't stop something that is not desirable for them, and they can't do something that is desirable ultimately, because their body rules them, and that's an unconscious process. So the programs are just running. And we'll get to that a little bit later in this, but that's the ability to, your mind thinks for your body, or your body outthinks your mind. And so what people can't do is, we'll get to that a little bit later, and we'll put it into a little bit more better context.
Okay. Yeah.
So does that make sense?
Yeah. So you have to, when you experience frustration in a learning process, you have to,
Yeah.
you can choose to think different about like the pattern in the mind of.
And you've already done it. That's your normal pattern whenever you are interested in learning anything. So if you learn music, how many times are you frustrated because you can't get your fingers around D minus or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Until you learn it, and then there's muscle memory. Then your hand knows exactly where to go. You don't have to think about it, but you've just pushed through that area of blockage. Same for financial freedom. It's the same for anything that you learn. It's the same process. It's not, you've already done it. You've already got the skills. You just don't know that you have them, or you're not confident that you can apply them consciously.
Yeah. So you have to learn to outthink your body.
Yeah, and you've got to believe in your ability to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just
Thanks.
progress. Let me get this right. Back to slide 22. Okay, share screen. Okay, so we've got there. I think that's where we ended up on. So if we look at the mind or your brain as a prediction mechanism, if we look at the work of Ali Crum, who is a principal investigator at the Stanford Mind and Body Laboratory, she observes that our minds aren't passive observers, simply perceiving reality as it is, which is the way that most people think their brains work. And most people think that their eyes work that way, but it actually doesn't. Our minds actually change reality. In other words, the reality we experience, or the reality we will experience tomorrow, is part of a product of the mindsets we hold today. So what if those mindsets are all based in the past? Then what are you going to experience tomorrow is basically another version of the past. And you've got to understand that. That's got to be the crux of your point of your ability to depart. You keep referring back to those past models as your feedback mechanism, then a new future can't be available, because your mind is going to basically adapt to those past circuitry. unless you're focused on the future outcomes you want, your brain's prediction mechanism ensures that your past becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And again, we can look at the work of leading neuroscientists, Mosh Bar. He says, look, we see what we predict rather than what's out there. Now, it's a really interesting idea. Like, even the mere fact that you can walk, whenever you lift your leg and you're about to place it down, you're predicting exactly where the ground is going to be. If it's even a few millimeters beyond where you predict where it will be, it actually causes you a bit of a grief. Now, the younger you are and the more experienced you are, you can walk over uneven ground. Okay, because your body is just really adjusting to those experiences of the ground not being where you predict it will be. But older people have a lot of difficulty walking on uneven ground. It's because they're predicting that the ground will be even. And so they lose all sorts of balance because the predictive mechanism, in actual fact, I think it's called a prediction error. And whenever you have a prediction error, like for example, if you're walking along the ground and somebody has dug a hole and covered it up with paper and just put sort of grass on it, and you step into that hole, the millimeter beyond where you predict the ground will be, your mind goes into a prediction error. And that causes a flood of adrenaline into your body. And you already know now that you can't. So if you're climbing down a ladder and you predict where the next step, where the next run should be, and it's not there, you immediately have this prediction error, and it floods it with all of these fear chemicals. Some people say that's the reason why you get seasick, is when you step onto a boat, the prediction is that the surface that you're stepping onto will be as solid as land until it starts moving, and then you have a prediction error, and that prediction error causes something to happen in the brain, which is again the prediction error running off, and it tends to create seasickness. So we see what we predict rather than what's actually out there. Now, if you're understanding that all of these programs that people are running on a daily basis, they're just, the only ability they have is to recreate the past. And so basically, nothing new comes from listening to the past over and over, running the past over and over, repeating the past over and over, telling stories about the past over and over. You'll only experience regret. So moving forward means hanging up on the way that you've been so that you can concentrate on new thoughts and new outcomes. So hanging up on the way you've been. In other words, I couldn't continue to be a potter who wanted to be wealthy. I had to be wealthy in that nanosecond who just happened to be pottery. So that identity had to go in an unconflicted way. Most people can't put the message there because they have continual conflicts, disbelief, lack of believability, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The people they run with think they're mad. They get isolated. They don't get acknowledged. They don't get approval. They get disapproved of. And that's just too emotionally traumatic for them. So they capitulate. They adapt to their environment. A critical secret in your success is the development of new thinking loops. And so those loops actually have to come from interpreting feelings in a new way. Okay, so what are feelings? Feelings are emotions. What are emotions? Emotions are just a physiological effect of neurochemistry. So if you can't put new meaning on feeling, you can't develop a different set of neurochemicals. So by giving the feeling of discomfort, now if you think about, okay, what does discomfort mean? Discomfort means, oh, I'm out of my depth. Discomfort means discomfort. The feeling of discomfort is actually a survival mechanism. Something is not right. Something is threatening. Something out there might eat me. Something out there might be dangerous. Something out there might cause me harm. So it's about the unknown, isn't it? And so I feel uncomfortable. I feel discomfort. Discomfort is a stressor. It's distress. And so what do people want? They want to relieve the distress. They don't go into their distress, which is the best way to challenge it, but they want to relieve it. If you're building muscles, you have to put those muscles under distress. And you've got to move through that distress in order to build strength. You've got to actually tear some fibers in your muscle and then they rebuild themselves overnight, etc. You know more about this than I do. But you know that if you don't move into the distress, you're not actually going to build any athleticism, any strength, any speed. So whenever you're distressed or discomfortable or uncomfortable, you've got to check in consciously. What does that mean? I know it means that I want to return to the comfort. I know it means I want to return to the familiar, but am I just adapting to the old models again? Or am I actually learning to adapt to new environments, to new opportunities, to new thought patterns, to new ways of viewing the world, to new models of the way that I might interact with this world? And if you say, but in order to grow, I have to be uncomfortable. So therefore, discomfort is actually a beneficial feeling. Discomfort is actually the correct feeling, because if I wasn't out of my depth, I wouldn't be learning. I want to learn, so therefore discomfort is the correct feeling. I can't experience comfort in this new environment until I get enough repetitions through so that every cell in my body, including my brain, adapts to this new environment. Then it feels comfortable. So you've got to give it meaning which references future gain potential. So it's the correct, it's the most beneficial feeling. And that means that when you experience that, you're on your way to 10xing your results, whatever that is. Just, you put whatever terminology you want there. I'll just basically use 10x your current results in any area, financially, sales, marketing, you name it. So what's the signature thinking loop? What's a normal signature thinking loop? Well, what is a signature thinking loop? Well, here you have a thought. And the thought says, okay, I want to experience something new. I want to experience a whole new lifestyle. I want to experience a future that is not based on, working for time and selling myself for time and money. I want to experience a future that has so much more independence, so much more choice, so much more freedom. I want to design my life rather than continually have it designed for me by unknown social engineers. I want to run the programs rather than have the programs run me. So you go forward, you start learning, and then you find yourself out of your depth. You find yourself in a familiar and unfamiliar environment, unfamiliar language patterns, unfamiliar ideas. And so that causes discomfort. Then what do most people do? Well, they retreat from discomfort. So basically, their thought and their feelings take them back to the familiar. And when they're in the familiar, they run their programs, and those programs have certain emotions which have them feel certain ways. Those emotions create a whole bunch of beliefs around the way that the world should work and the way that the world does work according to their value system and their belief systems. And so those beliefs create your behaviors, and those behaviors create your results, and those results then act as feedback, which then basically habituate themselves into your subconscious mind as programs. And that's a signature thinking loop. It's one that goes backwards, not forwards. And if you really understand what a signature thinking loop is, or a conditioned signature thinking loop, it means that you cannot think greater than how your body feels, because your brain is continually adapting itself to what is familiar, and that's allostasis. there's no adaptability to the new. And people just keep running that pattern, and you hear it in their language, you hear it in their belief systems, you see it in their behaviors. Viktor Frankl, who wrote a book, Man's Search for Meaning, who survived, some, terrible situations in, the death camps during the World War II, the prison camps. He noted that when we are no longer able to change a situation, in other words, we can't change the outside, we're challenged to change ourselves. In other words, we are challenged to change the inside. And if you can't change the inside, then the outside can't change. So to achieve this, you've got to be able to change your thinking pathway. You've got to adapt to the new environment. So old models lock you into automatic behaviors. Basically, you remain within what you feel as being normal for you. You never create personal bests. And every athlete knows that it's about creating personal bests, because it's those personal bests that are the feedback mechanism for change and advancement. Your old results feel comfortable, and whatever feels comfortable feels right. By definition, whatever feels uncomfortable must be wrong, until you change the meaning of the word uncomfortable. So wanting new results but sticking to old models produces neural incoherence. In other words, it's scattered and resistant thinking. Yeah, your mind's going all over the place and none of it's really connecting. It's like you might be taking in a lot of knowledge units, and knowledge units that you can, just units of information that you can remember. They're not knowledge until you put the episodic with it. So they're just units of data that you can remember. The problem is that you think you know it. But if there's no episodic, then how can you know it? Because if you've not experienced it, how can you know it? So it's just your ability to remember things and to engage and understand things. Neural incoherence, in other words, scattered thinking, scattered messages in your brain, dramatically affect how you perform, especially where money is concerned. You can take out money and say relationship. You can take out relationship, put lifestyle. Take out lifestyle, put health. Take out health, put business. It's the same deal. Basically, by believing in your potential and bringing your thoughts and emotions into a coherent alignment, that's when you open up new levels of perceiving and acting and responding and adaptability. So clearly focus on the outcome that you want, and don't tune in to messages from the past. Tune into, how can I move through whatever it is that you're experiencing? Because if it's uncomfortable, then it must be the correct experience, because now I'm actually learning something. And beyond that is where the growth mechanism is, the growth environment is. If you think about this, if you were asked, how do you actually grow world-class tomatoes? Okay, you might say, oh, okay, I need to start with world-class seeds. Well, let's say, how do you grow a world-class business? Well, you can't start with a world-class business, can you? But, seeds is a good idea, but it's not necessarily the only thing that you need. If you think about the type of fruit that you actually get off a tomato bush is directly related to the fertility of the environments the roots are in. Okay, the type of fruit that you get from your endeavors is directly related to the fertility of the environment that your roots are in. So if your roots are in old programs, hey, you're not going to get world-class anything. If your root system, basically your mind, is actually in a fertile environment for the outcomes that you are seeking, then you're more likely to get them. And think about, your mind as a root system. Healthy nutrients supplied through fertile environments make the best fruit. Without the fertile environment, the plant itself can hope and wish for as much as it like, but good fruit won't come. And if your mind is in those old programs, you can hope and wish for as much as you like, but the good fruit won't come because it can't come, because it can only reproduce itself. So let me introduce you to my Thrive model of new results. Now, here's what most people or how most people produce ideas. They think that if they see it in the physical world, then they'll get all wrapped up in the idea. And then they'll be able to believe it in their mind. So, you know, people of that ilk, they say, well, look, I don't actually believe it until I can see it. So I won't do anything until you prove it. And think about that as a way that most people are conditioned and most people are socialized. So basically, they need to see something before they can actually believe it. But see, that's not how success works. Success, in fact, anything in man-made reality took place in somebody's mind first. Anything and everything in man-made reality actually was gained because somebody thought it into existence first. So they thought it into existence, and then they put so much motivation, so much emotional energy behind it that it took so much time and so much repetition and so much practice, they were able to then experience it in their physical world. No Olympian can win a gold medal first and then do the training and then do the mental work to actually get it. The mental work has to come first, because if the mental work doesn't come first, then the emotional and the training is not going to happen. You're not going to be able to produce the emotions and psychology that keep you doing those things over and over and over again to get personal best. And it's only that you do that and then you put yourself up against the world's best, and if you win a gold medal, then that happens in the physical world. But that's because you believe it first. And then if you believe it, you're eventually able to see it. So the Thrive model says you've got to think it and emote it into existence first. So whatever outcome that you want, you've got to think it into existence in an unconflicted way. I wasn't a sometimes potter and sometimes wealthy person. I was a wealthy person all the time who just happened to do pottery. And as a wealthy person, I then did the study and I did the discipline and I did the emotions and I did the reading and I did the application over and over and over again. And if it didn't work, fine. I just needed more information or more skill sets. I did that over and over again. And in 3.8 years, hey presto. So think it into existence first. And then from there, you've got to habit train your curiosity for new information, information that extends what you know now, that extends your model of the world, that extends your ideas, that challenges your frames of reference. From there, we move into being able to replace neural incoherence with neural coherence. In other words, clarity of mind rather than, rabbit food of mind. And from there, we move into being able to initiate or inoculate yourself with integrity that locks you into your attention, that only focuses on your intention for the outcome that you want and does not allow anything else to interfere with that. In other words, you develop veto power that has your ability to veto or to block out anything that doesn't actually take you further and closer to your goal. And then from there, we can validate the development of your new identity, the new I. And when you hold that identity in as an already done deal in an unconflicted way, it must be unconflicted. It's like not, I talk about the dark room that's got a light. The light is either on or off. It can't actually be in between. And so if you're turning the light on, the darkness is gone. It's never there until you turn the light off. So it's like the identity. If you never turn it off, the other one can't exist. No two things can exist at the same place and same time. If it's coming up, it's only because you're turning the light off. And so it's got to be in an unconflicted way. And from there, we move into being able to energize a constant state of learning and adaptation to a new environment. And that's the Thrive formula for the success that you wish to achieve in any given area of lifestyle. So phase 1 is thinking and emoting your future into existence first. Nothing happens until this step is achieved in an unconflicted way. Phase 2, emote your new experience into existence. Mental and emotional realities are as real as physical realities. They just exist in a form that we just can't directly observe, but they're real. They're every bit as real as the things that you can go and touch, but they're real in your mind. They've got to be real in your mind before they can actually be real in your physical world. It never works the other way around. And that's sad because people think that it works the other way around, but it never does. For economic and personal freedom become a physical reality, head and heart must be in alignment in an unconflicted way. If phases 1 and 2 are in place, phase 3 cannot help but happen because it's energy. It's energy. Phase 3 is the slowest form of energy. Phase 1 is the quickest form of energy. If you've got phase 1 and phase 2 in place, phase 3 has to catch up with it. If you're conflicted, you're turning the light on and off. There's nothing for phase 3 to catch up to. By confirming phases 1 and 2, you allow your brain to adapt to neural networks and future event experiences in advance of them taking place. I was a wealthy person. I was a millionaire in my mind in advance of becoming a millionaire in physical reality. But because I was already in my mind, it was already a done deal. I didn't doubt, there was no conflict, I didn't have to revisit it. I didn't have to affirm it every single day because once I put it in there, it was there. It was rock solid, did not move 1 inch, 1 iota. Then I just had to concentrate on doing the work in the physical world to make it happen because I already made it happen in the mental world, in the emotional world. You literally build new neurocircuitry that allows you to act in alignment or in sync with your clear intentions before they become available in physical reality. And that's really, really important. Now, phase 1 and 2, everything that you need. The reason why people never experience what they want is because they haven't prepared their signature thinking to adapt or manifest that new reality. So their thinking loops, their signature thinking loops is the same old, same old, same old. Go forward, oh, it's uncomfortable, go back into the familiar. So the Thrive results conversion formula basically says that you've got to move forward with intention, with discipline, with dedication, so that you are only ever using future-based references, not past-based references. From those future-based references, you can start to then do the dedicated training, which is basically discipline, which is nothing more than you've already done. In whatever skill sets you've already learned, you've already done the dedicated training, the dedicated learning, and you're probably still doing it in some areas. Now you just got to convert what you're already doing to a different outcome. That dedicated learning, you can start to move into supportive psycho-emotional environments, such as the environment of the uncommon, if you like. With those supportive and psycho-emotive You can actually add bio to that too, biosocial psycho environments. You can develop your knowledge and your skills. That's only going to come with repetition from your dedicated training. From there, you actually start to experience new realities, which is experienced, of course, you in new results in any area of your life. With those new results, then new influence possibilities become a reality for you. You can now influence your own ability to higher levels of achievement. Now that you've achieved those higher level of achievements, you can actually influence your customers in a way, because now you actually understand the pathway. You understand the mind pathway before the physical pathway. And it's going to be the mind pathway first. And again, understanding that you can't teach skills just by giving people content. They've got to give you more time in order for you to actually train them or encourage the skill development. And basically, you've got to be on their back. But basically, if you think about, you can influence new possibilities, you can influence new money possibilities, you can influence new business, relationship, whatever is important to you. From there, you experience thrive results, which basically means that as a human being is a deciding being, when we're no longer able to change a situation, we're challenged to change ourselves. And so it's the I that's missing in how to. It's the change of you that produces the change of you on the inside, produces the change of the results on the outside. So new brain capacity is created by repeatedly paying attention to new actions, new thoughts, long enough for repetition to play a part in the development of new skills and new neuro pathways. And that's basically those new neuro pathways. And the reason why we can do it is because the brain is completely adaptive. It's not fixed in any position whatsoever unless you actually keep it fixed in any position whatsoever, because you refuse to develop what they call your mindset. And even the term mindset means fixed in position, doesn't it? A fixed mind, a set mind. So we don't want mindsets anymore. We want to use the language of mind flexibility, because mind flexibility speaks the potential activity of the brain. Neuroplasticity. If that doesn't describe flexibility, I'll go hey. The Thrive Results formula help you develop neurocoherence by building new mind pathways that bypass your critical faculty. And that's exactly what you want to do in any area that you are interested in creating new and better results. And so there's a process that you can go through. There's a 5-step process that you can go through for adapting to new results. The first thing is, relative to the outcome that you want, you've got to get access to new information. New information relative to the outcome that you want. And then you've got to apply that information. And as soon as you apply that information, you automatically get step 3, which is the result. And here's the critical crunch number. It's not step 1, 2, or 3, because step 3 you can't help but get if you do steps 1 and 2. So step 3 is a bonus. But then the question is, how do you interpret those results? If you interpret those results from the filters of your old programs, then you're never going to advance, especially if you don't get the result that you want. See, those filters will say that you failed. But think about this. How can you fail if a result is something that can only be achieved by you doing something? A result is just a result. It's just a result. And it happens because you've done something. That's what you want to encourage yourself every single day. But if you interpret the result using criteria from your old programs, those results are socially engineered, or that those criteria are socially engineered. You should celebrate the fact that you've got a result. Now, then you've got to do step 4. Step 4 is the most critical step in this whole process. is that you've got to design better and newer and more effective criteria that only references the future outcome that you want. So how close are you to that outcome? Every single result that you get is a step closer to that new outcome. And if you are developing criteria, feedback criteria by that, like that, then the criteria can only really tell you to do one of two things or both. Basically, they can tell you to make an adjustment somewhere on the next go at it. And so you can only really adjust something in step one or something in step two or both of them. But the more you go through those 5 stages, those 5 steps, new information relative to the outcome they want, put it into practice, get a result, analyze it through a new set of criteria that references the future, and make the adjustments where necessary. Repetition, 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 repetition. Every athlete knows that. Every high achiever knows that. Every math genius knows that. Every builder knows that. They become better at it by getting feedback that references the new. So basically, you can only make adjustments to either step 1, step 2, or both of them. You automatically get step 3. But the critical step is that I need you to develop new criteria. Now, next Thursday, I'm going to ask you what new feedback criteria you are actually going to develop. So I need you to give me a list. Like I said at the beginning, I need you to ask down questions. Very few questions are coming. I wonder why. So you're going to be motivated to take the first step. You're going to acquire new and relevant information. You've got to build deeper adaptability through training and action steps. You've got to keep moving towards the outcome that you want to achieve, and you've got to fine tune and make adjustments according to the new feedback criteria that you're getting. Think about new results, lead to new possibilities, lead to new outcomes, which lead to new thinking codes, which lead to new feedback, which lead to being in the energy orbit of those people that you want to emulate or that you want to be with, that have got the results that you want. And that's going to lead to the development of new skills, which is going to be able to give you the ability to influence new lifestyles. And so if you think about this being an adaptability loop to important new outcomes. Regression is moving back into your comfortable world of familiar. Growth is moving forward despite the stresses and discomfort of adaptability. Now, we'll just stop there and have a bit of a discussion. Okay, questions, thoughts, ideas?
Yeah, Paul, I've got a question for you.
Hey, g'day, Nick.
Hey, by the way, I'm a big fan. I've been listening to your videos and really excited to connect with you. And,
good on you.
Yeah. Can you describe a moat one more time?
A moat?
Yeah.
As in M-O-T-E?
E-M-O-T-E. Is that the habit?
Oh, emote.
Emote.
Emotion. So
Okay.
basically it's the verb of emotion.
Okay.
Okay. So to emote something in existence is to feel it into existence.
Mm.
Yeah, good question. Nobody's ever asked that before.
Really? Yeah. That sparks my interest. That's the verb of emotion. That's interesting. So you have to feel it into existence. That makes sense.
Because if you can't feel it, you can't think it. In actual fact, there was there was I just read about this experiment again, just maybe last week. But I first read it, I think, in the book called The Brain That Changes Itself. I can't remember the author, Norman Doidge. It's a wonderful book, absolutely a fantastic book if you want to read some good stuff. And it talks about how you can train your brain to do all sorts of things. So, for example, some people can train their brain to see through clicking sounds. They make little clicking sounds with their tongue, and those sounds bounce off their environment and come back, and the echo sounds of the back echolocation, and they can travel. Like this guy takes, I'm thinking, he takes people on adventure tours because he know, even if it's on unfamiliar ground. Okay. Another experiment they tried, this guy that was blind, they taught his tongue how to see. So they put receptors on his tongue, and they stimulated, because see, your eye doesn't actually see, it's your visual cortex that puts it all together. So all they were using was a different sense to put the same information together.
Wow, that makes me think of Daredevil. That's the superhero.
Sorry, I'm not up with this
Oh, yeah.
superheroes.
I think that's I don't know if it's for sure, but there's a superhero, and that might be what his superpower is based off of, because he's blind, and he uses like echoes to be able to see. So
Well, there you go. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that's based on reality. But then I think it was that book that was talking about. They did examinations of people that had some sort of brain trauma. I don't know whether that was through disease. I can't exactly remember the details. Whether that was through disease, or whether it was actually through trauma, or whether it was both, or whether it was either. Okay, but what they did was they lost their ability to feel emotion. Now, an emotion is just basically a chemical, a response to a chemistry being released in your brain. Okay, so what's the feeling of fear? Well, it's basically adrenaline, cortisol, those sorts of things. What's the chemistry of love? Dopamine, serotonin, those sorts of things. So that chemistry has to exist, okay, for you to be able to feel something. Well, they lost their ability to actually, for their neural pathways, or the hippocampus, I think, is the part of the brain that produces basically the chemistry, or the neuropeptides, neuromodulators, call them what you want. So they lost their ability. Now, what they discovered is that even though they could rationally and logically weigh up all the twos and fro's and pros and cons, they actually couldn't make decisions. None of them were capable of making decisions, even though they knew what the right thing to do was intellectually. They couldn't actually make a decision. So basically the research says that basically if you can't feel it, you can't actually decide it.
Wow. Yeah, that makes sense, because in the videos I've been watching, you've been talking about how people make decisions based off of emotion. So,
we are an emotional machine. We're not a rational machine. Like I said just earlier, the brain didn't evolve to be rational or logical. It actually evolved to adapt to its internal environment. So it predicts, it then produces. It's like, you're a projector going out and projecting your reality into the space in front of you. Like you project, like if I say, do you have an opinion of Donald Trump? If I say, do you have an opinion of Vladimir Putin? If I say, do you have an opinion of Boris Johnson? Most people say, well, yeah, I've got an opinion of them. And then I say, have you ever met them? And they say, no. I said, well, how'd you get your opinion? Where did it come from? And so it's just you projecting whatever it is into this person that's got a facsimility, that looks like Donald Trump, that looks like Boris Johnson, that looks like Vladimir Putin, but you just don't know a thing about them. never met them, but you're projecting all of these things onto them. You know, that's how the brain works.
Right. So we just have to project what we want.
And of course, it creates the reality. You know, Donald Trump's are this, and Putin's are that, and Johnson's are this, and you know, you hold them as truths, and you react accordingly, or you act accordingly.
Right. Yeah. Wow. There's a lot of gold nuggets there.
You know, policemen are real baddies, aren't they? I don't know. Have you met them all?
Yeah. Right. Paul,
But
what was
automatically, you see a cop walking you, or a light goes off, you're not going to feel pleasure, are you?
no.
Sorry, keep going, Nick.
What I was just gonna ask, was the book called The Brain That Trains Itself?
The brain that changes itself, yeah.
That changes itself by
Norman Doidge.
Deutsch, D-O-Y-G-E.
I think it is, yeah. D-O-I-D-G-E, maybe, yeah.
Brain that. Okay, sorry, one more time. Changes itself?
Yeah, just a minute, I'll look it up. So.
Sounds interesting.
Okay, so share screen.
Oh, D-O-I-D-G-E.
Okay,
Sweet.
there it is. D-O-I-D-G-E. Okay. Oops. The brain that changes itself. Just absolutely fascinating.
D-O-I. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that. Well, cool.
I mean, you know, Norman Doidge has been interviewed lots and lots. There's probably lots of interviews of him on YouTube as well. So.
Oh, really? Great. Cool. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for explaining that. You know, that's yeah, I thought emote meant the habit training part of it, but it's interesting. It means it's the verb of emotion. You have to feel it to think it.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna think about
Good.
that as I'm trying to create content moving
Good on
forward. Yeah. Right. Thank you, Paul.
Pleasure.
Hey, Paul, Daniel here.
Hey,
Daniel,
g'day, Daniel.
Daniel Powell. I want to know, what if going through, you mentioned something with regards to emotion, right? So my understanding, the meaning of emotion being the Latin word for emotere, which is energy in motion. So what if the emotion of the past is greater than the desire for the emotion for the future, for the desired outcome? Would it be beneficial to go through the past emotion, or at least the past experience, to release the baggage, the weight of the past experience, to create more clarity and space to install like a new belief or a new emotional experience that is desired?
Look, that's a really important question. And, you know, certainly there's a lot of validity and, you know, a wisdom in that. Okay. It's just not my wisdom. And so I'm fairly sure that I've got a lot of things that like you know, my partner Amanda, she was speaking to a group of women the other day, and you know, we're in our 70s, and they're talking about husbands. And I'm absolutely dead shit sure that, you know, there's a group of women think that, you know, I'm on a different planet somewhere. I just don't exist on the same plane. You know, I'm courteous and smile and all of that sort of thing. But anyway, she was saying things like, you know, she was really, you know, talking up the relationship. You know, she was saying, you know, he might be a bit odd, but he's a really good partner. And so it's that bit odd, isn't it? And so here's my oddness that's going to come into the answer, Daniel. So look, what you said is it's a very important and it's a very valuable wisdom. It's just not my wisdom. Okay. I'm sure that in my whole life of, you know, being brought up in a disadvantaged world with, you know, disadvantaged parents and, you know, being, you know, conditioned by the social engineers, by being conditioned by Catholicism, all of those sorts of things. I'm sure there's a lot of baggage there that I could go back and undo or release or whatever. Okay, so for me, I couldn't see the value of going backwards in order to go forwards. So I only said, look, if I'm an F up, then I'm just going to wear being an F up. I don't want to undo anything back there, because everything back there has made me who I am today, and who I am today is just so keen to move forward. So I didn't want to go back and change anything. I didn't even want to go back and understand anything. You know, if it's fucked up, it's fucked up. It's fine. Sorry for my Tasmanian slang there. I was just interested in, so how can I? And so none of that says I've got to go back and undo the past. Everything says I've got to learn this, I've got to learn that, I've got to apply that, I've got to be skillful at this, I've got to get this on board, I've got to mix with these people, etc., etc., etc. So does that make sense for you, Daniel? It's not that I'm saying it's unimportant, and it's not that I'm saying there's no value in it. It's just that I don't share that wisdom.
Yeah, no, 100% I understand that. And the reason why I'm asking that is because my work goes a little bit into going into the past before going into the future, or going forward. So I found with just my clientele, like going into the past experience and releasing some of that baggage, or at least some of that weight from that, allows a lot more clarity and a lot more space to install better beliefs, because it detaches those mental hooks from the past to allow more, you know, just a freedom of thought to expand a little bit more on a future version of themselves. So I can see it for certain kind of a person. I imagine you just,
I need you to work alongside me, because there's lots of people that are insisting to go back and understand their past. But yeah, so look, I know it's a value. It's just not a wisdom for me that I share. I don't tell people not to do it. I don't tell people to do it my way. But you're absolutely spot on in you know, observing something bigger than what we're both talking about, which is that there's no right way, quote unquote, to a better future. There are just ways.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that, Paul. That helped a lot, just to clear that up.
If you've got a skill set that helps people, you know, get to their ability to move forward, then that's brilliant. I never, and if I suffered at any stage from an inability to move forward, I might have actually, you know, done as you suggest. It's just that I don't suffer that.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that, Paul.
And the way that my mind says it, if I'm here and I'm excited about a new future, then every single mistake that I've made, or sufferance I've done, or decompensation I've done in the past, every childhood strategy that I've brought into this adult world that is so ineffective now has got me to this point. And that's the only thing that I can actually do anything is the here and now. So for me, it's about, you know, charge ahead. But again, please understand, it's there are so many different ways that you can move forward. Any way that you move forward is of value.
Mm.
Okay,
Hi,
something went
Paul.
down like a wet balloon.
This
Who
is
is that?
Peter here.
Who?
Peter, I'm up in Queensland.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Peter, there I go. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
g'day.
got me?
Yeah.
Hey, I was just wanting to ask, where would competition fall in the level of consciousness? Or like what emotion would it fall under? So obviously with elite sport, it's a pretty big driver. And I found in myself that that's something that
Well,
really
it's
really
it's
used to succeed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get something for you, and we'll have a look see on it. Let me go to what am I looking for? Okay, so. Okay, so I'm just looking for an image now. Okay, so okay, so my software has blocked that from. It doesn't want to show it, so I'll go back to. I've got an image, but it's not clear. So let me see if I can find another one. Oops. Oh no, part of it's written in German, so I can't read that. Here we go. I'll have to squint at this one. So let me share my screen. Move this out of the way. Now, can you see this image that I've got highlighted here? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is this comes from a book by David Hawkins, and it's called Levels of Consciousness. Okay. Now, each level of consciousness can be, because it's all energy, it can be now calibrated and measured. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So somebody like a kinesiologist can actually measure your level of consciousness on this scale. And they don't even need to be in the same room as you. Keegan's got access to some really good kinesiologists. So we can measure it, and he's done all the work. And so basically shame is measured as a level of 20. Desire is 125, acceptance is 350. Okay, now, so here's the level of consciousness, and here's the emotion that basically matches that level. Is that okay? Now, here's the process that people apply to that emotion. And then here's basically the results that people get, or their life view, their model, their internal model of the world. Now, so you'll notice that basically competition doesn't exist as a consciousness.
Yeah.
But if you then ask the question differently, in order to be competitive, how would shame as a level of consciousness deal with it? Well, you couldn't, because the emotion that shame operates by is humiliation. And so it's an elimination process. I'm not good enough. I'm not, strong enough, pretty enough, whatever. And the results are somewhat akin to being miserable. What if we say guilt, which is only, this is a logarithmic scale, so it's not that higher than shame. But basically, anybody that operates in guilt is always having the emotion of blame. So it's everybody else's fault except their own. So everything is internalized, but the process is destruction of themselves and destruction of other people, always trying to undo, backstab, gaslight, undermine. And so basically, their life view is one of condemnation. What about apathy? Well, despair, addiction, hopelessness. What about grief? Regret, despondency, tragic. No sense of competition there. Fear, anxiety, withdrawal, frightening. No competition. Desire, craving, enslavement, disappointing. Most people operate on the level of desire. It's only 125. So they're always craving something. They're always craving what doesn't exist because they can't get it. And so what they're doing is they're trapped by their cravings. They're enslaved by their cravings. They're enslaved by their social conditioning. Are you okay, Peter? Do you need to go and deal with something? And so the results are always disappointing. No competitiveness there. What about anger? Well, at least it's one step above desire. So often you've got to give people who are operating on desire a poke in the eyes and, get them pissed off enough to actually do something because desire is not going to cut it for them. But look, what's the emotion? Hate, aggression, antagonistic, no competitiveness, pride, dignity, inflation, demanding, scorn, nothing there, courage. Wow. We might say, at least that's a possibility for competition. You've got to have the guts, because courage, the emotion, is one of affirmation or self-affirming. Then there's the process is empowerment. So to be competitive, you've just got to be self-empowering. And then your life results become possible or feasible. Step up, isn't it? But look, one step above neutral, and neutral is the switch between, trying to force things to happen, but having power to change things. So that is all internal power, not external force. And so neutrality is a level above courage. And so the emotion of trust is the first time it appears. The process is a total release, but a release of what? Any form of resistance. So if you sense resistance in any of the people that you work with, in yourself, you know that you are not at the level of neutrality. So that you know that you're operating on a consciousness, a level of consciousness that's below neutral. Okay? And at neutrality, everything becomes satisfactory. That's achievement, isn't it? But then we really take a step up, because this, again, this is logarithmic. Willingness. Well, you know, how willing are you if you're competitive, highly competitive? But see, most people aren't even competitive with themselves, so how can they be competitive with others? But willingness is an emotion based on optimism. It's the first time intention appears. The process is attending to your intention. Your intention is future-based. It's never past-based. And look at that, hopeful. Acceptance, a stronger force, a stronger power. Forgiveness, transcendence, harmony. Reason, understanding, meaningfulness, love. So the higher the levels of consciousness. Now, there's only about 3 or 4 people, maybe half a dozen, that ever been calibrated at the level of 700 to 1,000. And if you think about energy, all the calibration up here has to be able to compensate for all of the calibration down here. So if most of the world's population is down here, then they've got to be able to carry more energy for those people. Otherwise, it becomes a black hole and we all get sucked into it. Okay, so it has to be an equal and opposite. So true competition is somewhere in here, and then at some point you release the competitiveness and transcend to a higher level of consciousness, a higher level of experiences. Now, competition might be, you're on mute, Pete. So competition might be about winning and losing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what about winning and winning and winning?
That's where I've got my best results. Obviously, yeah. Yeah. That's really
So
great.
there's a bit of contemplation going on there, is there?
Yeah, no, good. I can't hear you. Sorry.
Okay, you're breaking up, so we can't quite hear you.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Paul.
Okay.
Paul, just on that scale,
Yep.
from what I understand about that is you can have different areas of your life where you're at different levels on that scale. And is it the sum, is it like the median of all the different areas of your life where you calibrate as a total, or is it, you know, is it something that's fluid and can fluctuate?
So explain to me, how would it be possible to have different areas of life at different levels of consciousness?
So I feel like there's some areas in my life which I'm more in the fearful anxiety state. And then there's some areas of my life where I feel, you know, I feel lots of courage, and I feel, you know, sometimes feel acceptance. And it's like these states almost come and go, if you will. And it's like they almost come in, come out, and it just depends on, yeah, just depends on where I am or what I'm doing or how I'm feeling. You know,
Okay.
generally,
So basically what you're saying is that you can't think more than your body feels.
Right.
So it goes back to that signature thinking loop again.
Right.
And being in a somewhat state of acceptance and then flicking back into a state of fear is the conflict itself. And remember that I said that if you turn the light switch on, it's on.
Yep.
And remember, I said ignite it into existence, think it into existence in an unconflicted way. So if you're vacillating and fluctuating, the external world is having more control on you than your ability to control the external world. And that's where the conflict is. It's not necessarily your level of consciousness.
Yeah, I've definitely
Because if you could reach acceptance, why aren't you there all the time?
Yeah.
What throws you out?
Sometimes like trigger moments that take me into patterned behaviors of
Yeah,
thinking.
exactly.
Yeah.
So that's where your body starts taking over.
Yeah.
I mean, like think about this. I mean, how do you stop something? How do you stop anything? You know, I think I said last week, I said, well, how do you stop drinking a glass of water? You just don't do it. It's really simple. Now, how long can you stop drinking water for? Well, probably 3 days. But by the third day, your body is literally screaming out for it, isn't it?
Mm.
Now you've got to have a fairly powerful mind to overrule your body.
Mm.
But generally, your body's going to win. Okay, so how do you stop smoking? Well, we just don't smoke. Until your body kicks in. And now you can't outthink your body, so you smoke. How do you stop drinking? It's easy, just stop it. So it's not stopping something that's the hard part. It's actually that when your body kicks in and it starts thinking greater than you or greater than your mind. Because remember, your mind can always, you know, if you understand with holding a breath, it's not you're running out of oxygen. It's just that you know, the amount of carbon dioxide is built up to trigger those chemoreceptors, which tell you to take a breath.
Mm.
That's why if you fall unconscious, you'll breathe because it's an automatic kick-in response. That's why people drown, like skin divers drown. So they get to the surface, and what they do is they hyperventilate. But hyperventilating is not actually taking in more oxygen, because you know I think the air we breathe has got 96% saturation of oxygen anyway. Okay, so you can't actually take in more oxygen unless you're breathing pure oxygen. So when you're hyperventilating, what you're doing is you're blowing off your levels of carbon dioxide. You're lowering your levels of carbon dioxide. And so then you go underwater and if you blow off too much carbon dioxide, you'll fall unconscious before the urge to take another breath kicks in. So you go unconscious because you lack oxygen, but your levels of carbon dioxide haven't actually built up enough to trigger off your chemoreceptors. But if you're underwater, they eventually will build up to the level that says, I need to take a breath. And so that's what you do. You actually take a breath of water, and that's how you drown. So shall we just have a break here for a cup of tea, about 15 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll see you at 5:20 my time, so 15 minutes from now.
Sweet.
Okay, see ya. Okay, how we going? Everybody back? Hello.
That's like a strong maybe.
a strong maybe. Okay, well, I'll just keep going then. So let me share the screen. So basically, we got to this idea of, and we've actually visited it a couple of times, this idea of comfort and discomfort, comfort being the familiar and discomfort being the unfamiliar. The adaptability for new is in the unfamiliar, or the discomfort. The adaptability for the familiar, of course, is in the comfort. So basically, we've got to have a look at these things called comfort zones, or, you know, what the means of this thing called comfort do. So we've also got to look at it from a psychological point of view and an emotional point of view. And it's basically, for me, the key to a lot of what's actually going on. And then I want to share with you how the idea of comfort zones is also a prediction mechanism. And so if you remain within your comfort, then that is a prediction mechanism of no growth. If you are always stretching yourself, then that is a prediction mechanism of achievement. So basically, if you think of your current set of experiences in any area of your life. Now, Luke, you said you have a set of experiences in some areas of your life and a set of experiences in other areas of your life. Okay, so we can say, let's take each individual area, and you can write out on. This will be an exercise for you, and you can bring it back next Thursday or the following Thursday. If you write down each of the areas of your life where things are important to you, like the important areas in your life. And then you say, you describe them as either being, operating from total acceptance, or operating from, somewhat anxiety or stress or despair or desire or whatever, and just give them, some sort of grading that you can make up on a scale of 1 to 10. 1, it's basically, piss poor, and 10, it's, fairly high. So just do that. Now, if you think about every area, what that actually represents is a switch, a psychological switch, or a cybernetic mechanism, to use the words of I've got the author's name here, Psycho-Cybernetics. Anyway, it'll come to me in a tick. But basically, it's a mechanism in your brain. It's just like a switch in your brain, and it's an automatic cybernetic feedback mechanism. So those programs in your subconscious mind are actually automatic cybernetic program mechanisms, or switching mechanisms, if you like. So if you get too far outside your comfort area, this program automatically kicks in to bring you back in. So it doesn't matter whether you get too far outside on the upper limit of that area or the lower limit of that area. Basically, the switch will trigger, and you'll do something different if you're at the lower level than if you're at the upper level. Okay, so we all have these switches. We have these switches for relationships. We have these switches for business. We have these switches for money. And so over here is basically the switch. And so I'm just going to call this your wealth switch, okay, or your money switch. Now, your current set of experiences is how much per year you've been earning on average. Okay, so that'll be a dollar figure on average. Now, let's just call it $100,000 in here. Now, if you've been sitting on $100,000 for a few years, your whole lifestyle will consume that $100,000 plus about 16% if you're Australian, about 26% if you're an American. Okay, so you're going to consume more money than you actually earn, and you do that through borrowings. Is that okay? So in this case, it's $100,000. Now, basically, that's your internal well switch, and it's a cybernetic, it's an automatic cybernetic mechanism that kicks in just like an air conditioner. You set it at a certain temperature. If it goes, if you set it at cooling, then if it falls, if it goes above that, it kicks in and then it cools. And if it falls below a certain temperature, it turns off. The temperature builds up and basically kicks in. If it's on a warming cycle, if the temperature falls below that, it kicks in and warms you. And then to the set temperature, then it basically kicks off until the temperature falls again. Okay, so that's a cybernetic automatic feedback loop, and that's what your mind, those old programs, they're automatic feedback loops. And so, basically, in our particular experience, because we're human beings, we have these upper limits to this set of experiences, and these lower limits to this set of experiences. Now, in money, it's easy to measure. A little bit difficult to measure in other aspects, but basically, if you fortuitously move 10% above your upper limit, so in other words, if you somehow earn an extra 10 grand, win a 10 grand, get gifted a 10 grand, get left money in your, by a will, or get a big fat tax return you weren't expecting, the tendency is to basically get rid of that 10%. And you'll actually spend it. You'll spend it, or you'll invest it, and it's a bad thing, or you'll buy something, but basically, or you'll take a trip, or you'll go on this fancy cruise around the Galapagos Islands or something like that. And at the end of that experience, all you actually come back with is a couple of photos, and you kind of sort of brag to all your family and friends and your colleagues about how much fun it was on spending 10 grand on this Galapagos Island or cruise. But what you're actually saying is that I'm okay losing $10,000, because that's just exactly what you did. Now, if you put that into the share market and you lose the same $10,000, you're not going to actually produce photos and tell your friends and your family, hey, look, I just invested in 10 grand in the stock market and lost it. What an idiot am I? You wouldn't do that, but you'd do it if you're spending it in other ways. But the end result is the same. You've just lost 10 grand. Okay. And so basically what happens, and this is not bracket creep. It doesn't work if you bracket creep up to that level over a number of years. It's only if it fortuitously happens. So basically, if you fall 10% below that, so basically instead of earning 100 grand, you're only earning 90 grand now, you'll actually redouble your efforts to try and get back into that 10% above your upper limit and your lower limit. So basically, you'll decompensate if you're 10% over, and you'll scramble if you're 10% under, whatever those limits are. Now, that in fact is called your comfort zone. You have it in relationships, you have it in money, you have it business, finance, lifestyle, health, physical activity, blah, blah, blah. So now we've got to actually say, well, let's look at what the meaning of the word comfort and the meaning of the word zone actually means. And if you ask people, what does comfort zone mean? My guess is they will not be able to tell you accurately. They'll make up some idea in their head, but they will not be able to tell you accurately. So what we're going to do is get close to being accurate, or at least closer to accuracy as we can. So comfort, the word comfort comes from the 13th century French and Latin words, which is conforto, which means to help, to strengthen. Okay, so comfort means to help, to strengthen. It also comes from Latin, meaning comfortare, meaning to strengthen much. So it comes from com, which is intense or intensify, and fortis, which is strong. So com fortis. So we've got that part of it. Zone comes from the 13th century Latin zona, meaning a geographical belt. It also comes from the Greek word zone, meaning a belt, and from zoniani, meaning to grind, to gird or a girdle. So hang on, let me get this right. So comfortus, comfort, means to make strong, to strengthen much, either grinding, a gird, which is something you surround yourself with, or a girdle, which is also something you surround yourself with, or a belt. So making the belt or the grind or the girdle stronger. Let's just keep going, shall we? So from here, we might describe comfort zone as the strengthening of the boundaries around your upper and your lower limits. Who would have ever thought that? We might also describe comfort zone as the regression back to your familiars, because your subconscious programs have kicked in. So regression back to your familiars that prevent you from achieving more of your true potential. So a comfort zone doesn't let you actually go forward. It's not adaptive to growth. It's only adaptive to familiar. It's important to understand the notion of girdle or belt, because both of those things have an upper and lower limit, and they're defined. The upper and lower limit of a belt, the upper and lower limit of a girdle. Now, when you surround yourself either with a girdle or a belt, they now also have an inside and an outside. Okay, so they've got an upper and lower limit, and an inside and an outside. And that's really, really important, isn't it? Because remember, we're talking about making strong. So enculturation teaches you, you're socially engineered to live within tightly defined limits. And every time you decompensate, you strengthen those limits. Every time you go outside the boundaries that society is socially engineered for you, you're sanctioned in some way, shape or form. That means you duck back into your comfort zone. And every time you do that, every time you scramble or every time you decompensate, you're now strengthening the limits of that comfort zone. So this lowers your potential and turns your comfort zone into a prediction mechanism for no further gain. It's a prediction mechanism for contraction, not expansion. And as neuroscientist Anil Seth puts it, we don't just passively perceive the world, we actively generate it. And so you're actively adding force to the shrinkage of your potential by either decompensating or scrambling every single time that you do it. You get less and less, and then you get what I call age-related shrinking. The older you get, the harder it becomes. The world we experience comes as much, if not more, from the inside out as from the outside in. Hang on. Let's underline that. Let's put a big bloody circle around that. Let's just get this recording and snip this little bit out and make charts of it. The world we experience comes as much, if not more, from the inside out as from the outside in. We're the projector. We're the creator of the external. It's not the external is the creator of us. Our brain's expectations are intricately woven into everything we experience. And we thought we were intelligent, rational, logical processing beings or decision-making machines. Now, remember that it's extremely important that you understand this for you and your growth. But if you're dealing with customers or are likely to deal with customers, it's extremely important for you to understand it from their perspective as well, so that you know what's going on inside their head, so that you can be more influential in your messaging towards them. If you can't get outside your comfort zone, you're not thinking greater than how you're feeling. And all you're doing is creating allostasis, which then leads to homeostasis, everything being sane. Your thinking signature loop, your signature thinking loop is putting limits on your results. And over time, those results are shrinking because of the decompensation and familiarity. And so you're producing habits, which then hold you hostage to those habits. In other words, those subconscious programs, which then create familiar results. And it's always the return to the familiar that feels most comfortable, because anything other than that is uncomfortable. And we've been taught, not only have been socially engineered, that uncomfortable is bad, it's also a survival mechanism. So that feeling is never going to change. You're never going to change the feeling. It's an autonomic response. You can't control it, but you can give the feeling new meaning. And that's your part, that's your role. So just outside your comfort zone is discomfort. And social conditioning encourages you to retreat from discomfort by stepping back into what you consider familiar, what you consider safe. The known world is much safer than the unknown world, hence no growth. But if you want higher levels of achievement, you must perceive discomfort as an invitation to step forward into growth, not an invitation to step back into familiar, which is what most people do. So discomfort is a form of stress that most people feel as distress. But if you actually think about it, in many cases, stress can have a positive beneficial experience. And the positive beneficial experience of stress, so laughing is stressful for your body. High achievement is stressful. Putting yourself under pressure is stressful. But it's a positive form of stress that helps you grow. And that's actually called eustress. So if you think about stress, not in that word, but either is it distressful or is it eustress, which means that I'm expanding. Distress means that I'm contracting. So think of the benefits of exercise. That's stress on your body. Think of the benefits of fun challenges. You know, there's a group of lads up in the coast of Queensland somewhere, or at least I think it's Queensland. Luke on the farm gym, and him and a few of his mates designed this sort of 24-hour challenge or overnight challenge, however long it went for, and basically they used a lot of military procedures to put people under stressful conditions to see how they were safe, of course, but to see how they reacted and to see if they could have, breakthroughs. And so, whilst it might not have felt like eustress at the time, ultimately it was very beneficial because of what they were able to push through with encouragement and support via all their other colleagues who were a little bit more acclimatized, for example. So, we could call that a fun challenge, maybe not in the moment, but the after effects, you certainly would say, yes, let's do that again. So think about the stress of excitement, of achievement. Think about the stress of fulfillment, of creating new habits. Think about them as all being positive stresses on your body called eustress. And that's what you want. So, growing and learning is eustress, not distress. So growing and learning allows you to create new habits. Growing and learning allows you to create new routines, and growing and learning allows you to create new results. And all of those are ultimately beneficial to you unless you retreat back into the familiar. So working and living outside your comfort zone literally expands you because it encourages you to start thinking greater than how you feel. And that's the secret. You have to learn to think greater than your body feels. If you don't, then you're always giving in to how your body feels. And that will never expand you. It will never expand you emotionally. It will never expand you physically. It will never expand you psychologically. It will never expand you romantically, financially, you name it. Growth means developing your ability to mentally control your choices rather than letting your body unconsciously control you. And that's what those automatic cybernetic feedback mechanisms, goal-orientated feedback mechanisms do. Basically, they force you to decompensate or scramble. And every time you do that, you're restricting the upper and lower limits, which means it's tighter and tighter and tighter on you, so that you wake up at the ripe old age of 40 and you wonder where your youth went. Think about this. Think about all of these sub-programs you've got running on that really develop the past as being your reality. And then think about all the internal dialogue that kicks in whenever you're offered an opportunity to move forward. Think about all of those internal stories reinforcing all of those past programs. I'm impatient, my situation is different, I'm frustrating, it's too much money, it's too confusing, I don't have enough time, it's harder than I thought, what if they don't like me, I'm a perfectionist, etc., etc., etc. It's just adding strength. And you're adapting to the shrinkage of those programs. So because your comfort zone is part of your signature thinking loop, it also acts as your prediction mechanism. And it's your prediction mechanism that creates your reality. It's not the external world creating your reality, it's you through your prediction mechanism. It constructs your simulation of the world based as much on your expectations and your previous experiences as it does any form of new raw data that's hitting your senses. And here's the catch. It's your expectations and your previous experiences that act as the predictors of what you will or won't do. If your expectations of yourself are about breaking new boundaries and your previous experiences are about breaking new boundaries and achieving personal bests, then you're going to be more able to adapt to new environments than somebody's expectations are bound up in their painful history, are bound up in their previous experiences. And as Daniel talked about, at least I think it was Daniel, basically going back and having a revisit of some of those things may well be the absolute best thing and the most important thing for that particular person. As I said, for me, it's not part of my wisdom, okay? But it doesn't make it unimportant just because it's not part of my wisdom. So you've got to think, okay, if I need to go back and revisit something in order to move forward, I really need people who do that sort of work to be able to do both things. Once they've got them back there and sort out, then they've got to be able to do the lead and the skills development of moving forward. And again, it just can't be done by dialogue, like content. I mean, it's content and context. That's one thing, but getting on their back and helping them develop new skills is a completely different thing. And for that, they need to give you time. And if they can't give you the time, then they're on their own. You can't be responsible for them. So for most people, most of the time, these simulations create the reality that you see and believe. And it's only your seeing and believing it that actually that reality exists. It will be true for you, but it doesn't necessarily make it true. But it will be true for you unless you can actually see through that process. But because believing is seeing, the reality you believe in creates your results. And if you believe in your ability to create ever-expanding results, then you're going to achieve them. If you believe you're not smart enough, not good enough, too much pain, too much discomfort, people are out there and are going to rip me off, etc., 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 then you're going to create that reality. So for different results, for results other than what you're getting now in any area of life, you've got to believe in a different set of possibilities for yourself. And it's only when you believe and you follow those different set of possibilities for yourself, then those new possibilities have a potential of becoming your new reality. But you've basically got to create it in your think it into existence first, and then emote it into existence, and then physical reality, the reality that we can fairly directly observe, becomes a possibility. So beyond your upper limit is your growth zone, and working in that zone benefits you in basically 3 different ways. Emotionally, it creates positive feelings of contentment, inspiration, achievement, motivation, and flow. Psychologically, it builds a sense of self-efficacy. Is anybody familiar with the term self-efficacy and could explain it to us? Anybody heard the term before? Okay, so we're coming up no. So self-efficacy is defined as your beliefs in your capabilities of achieving goals that you set for you or that somebody else sets for you. So it's your beliefs in your capabilities. So, Luke, let's visit your sometimes acceptance and your sometimes confusion. So those areas, so self-efficacy, and this is a really important concept. Self-efficacy is not like self-concept. It's not like self-image. Self-image, self-concept are with us all the time. Very, very difficult to change. They can be changed, especially with the regression work and stuff like that. Okay, but self-efficacy is actually context specific. So if you sat down and you said, let's play a game of marbles, automatically my self-efficacy in that context is going to be high, because I would just remember, me as the marble king of school between the ages of 8 and 14. So, I remember what all the dirty tactics were. I remember the swap in, swap outs. I remember how to flick. I pretty much can, still have accuracy with my flicking ability. In this case, if you say creating new money and new money opportunities, then in that context, my self-efficacy is going to be high. If you say, can I swim 100 meters in less than a minute? My self-efficacy is going to be rather low, because that's not a physical challenge that I have done. Can I swim? Yes. But do I believe in my capabilities? Yes. I believe in my capabilities, but it's not high in that context. Okay. Yeah, look, it's not something I'm familiar with, but I'm prepared to work at it. Whereas in other areas, you might have a lot of doubt, which means in that context, self-efficacy is low. So how does self-efficacy change from low to high? Repetition, 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 practice, 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 repetition, repetition, repetition. It's the only way. So with yours, it might not be a level of consciousness. It might not be anything other than, in that particular context, I have no experience, so I doubt myself. But in other areas which are more familiar, I do have a lot of experience, so I don't doubt myself. Remember, we're talking about expectations and prior experiences being your predictors. It's really important that we, keep those two things in line. So self-efficacy is your beliefs in your abilities or your capabilities to achieve a goal that you set for yourself or somebody else sets for you. So it builds your sense of self-efficacy. It builds your sense of confidence, your sense of autonomy, your sense of resilience, your sense of independence. Physically, it creates flexibility. It's not a mindset, it's mind flexible. Okay. Physically, it creates better health. Physically, it creates, body improvement and things of that nature. So basically, you've got to be willing to give serious time and resources towards becoming what I call the knowledge athlete. And if you're not training 3 or 4 hours a day, you're actually not a serious knowledge athlete. If you don't become a serious knowledge athlete, how can you achieve the outcome that you want in any area that's important for you? If martial arts is important to you, you don't train 2 or 3 hours a week. Somebody's going to whip your bum in competition. So you've got to train every day so that you can continually create personal bests in the outcome, in the environment, in the situation, in the experience that you want to achieve in. So your energy must flow in the direction that you want, not back to your subconscious programs, because they are not going to expand you. It requires you to invest in your new identity, the I. How can I, not how to, and getting personal bests out of that investment. Keegan earlier on in the beginning talked about if he's spending money on something, he's, one of his new rules is whatever he's spending money on has got to work to get him the money that it cost him plus $1. Because as soon as you get plus $1, you've now got a return on that investment. You've got your money back, plus $1, that's a return on investment. Now you don't have to stop at plus $1. But even if you only just kept that rule for the rest of your life, you would be a wealthy person. You'd be financially free, wouldn't you? Because you're always creating $1 more than you're ever spending. And that's freedom. So if we go back to Einstein and think about this whole process, Einstein says that energy, everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. It can be no other way. That's not philosophy, it's physics. Think it into existence first and match the frequency of that reality. In other words, in an unconflicted way. Now, if you think about the formula for self-directed neuroplasticity, neuroplasticity means change the shape of your brain. Okay, your neurons are plastic. They'll link up to anything that you want them to link up to if you work at them. So in the formula, we've got the outcome that's important to you. Now, we can say the outcome is your ability to adapt to a new environment. So the outcome might be financial freedom, the outcome might be more happiness, whatever it is. That is going to be equal to your expectations plus your experiences. So that's why I said you've got to really concentrate on these expectations and experiences. What happens if your expectations are all those voices that are reinforcing the past? All of those statements, all of those thought forms that are reinforced, they become your expectations, and so they're your prediction mechanisms. What if your experiences are always calibrated by old feedback criteria that comes from the past? And so you think that you're a failure, you think that you're not good enough. You think, what if your experiences are somebody fat shaming you, somebody body shaming you, somebody, deriding you, somebody bullying you? Well, see, that's not you unless you say it's you. And so that's multiplied by AD positive. So AD stands for attention density. That's multiplied by VP, which is veto power. So attention density is made up of two things. One is a quality of focus and a quantity of focus. And so if I go back here, let's look at this again. You must be willing to give serious time and resources towards becoming a knowledge athlete. That means not only a quality of focus, serious focus, but it's also a quantity of focus. I'm saying, if you're not training for 2 or 3 hours a day, you're not serious. And yet people watch TV for 2 or 3 hours a day. People drink coffee for 2 or 3 hours a day. And people feel tired. Well, that's that just automatic cybernetic mechanism kicking back in again. I've done my work. I've earned my $25 an hour, my $30 an hour, whatever. And now I can, drink it and smoke it to zero. It's really clever, isn't it? Or eat it to zero. Okay. So it's a quality and quantity of focus. And it's multiplied by your ability to veto anything that takes you away from your desired outcome. Whatever, you could call that desired outcome your target, if you like. Okay, so your ability to veto distraction, or basically anything. Now, what have you got to work on first? What's in the brackets? You've got to expect more from you, and you've got to develop the experiences of more. Otherwise, those expectations and experiences are basically kicking back into here, and they become your feedback criteria. Whereas you really want them to come from the future. Like if you're driving a car, every signpost tells you that the future is only 200 kilometers away. The future is only 190 kilometers away. The future is only 180 kilometers away. So you're using signposts that tell you that are always referencing your future. And it's the only time you seem to be able to do it, and it seems to make sense. But no other area of your life do you actually do that. No. There you know. So let's open it up for questions.
Yeah, that was that hit home in quite a few areas. I think the what you said about the comfort zone and going 10% above, 10% below, I've definitely felt that in a lot of areas. One being like health and fitness, and recently I've actually invested in a personal trainer who's been awesome online. But it's like anytime I've got to a stage where like I see real strength improvements, real bodily improvements, I have this, there's almost something that kicks in that says, hey, like you're improving too quickly. And I know that sounds crazy. I know that sounds crazy because, you know, I value health and fitness massively, but it's almost like this thing that doesn't want me to become too good or to shine too brightly or to be, you know what I'm saying? It's like something that almost like wants to hold me back from succeeding in that area, which is, even though I know psychologically that I want that outcome, it's like, and I think if I look at what that experience might be, it might be, you know, people telling me in the past to dim my light or to not stand out as much, you know, or there was, yeah. Anyway, don't want to look too much at the past. But
in Australia, we call it the tall poppy syndrome.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, don't lift your head above anybody else, they'll kick it off.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you said that you value health massively,
yeah,
do you realize that you value something even more than that? So what do you think you value something more than your health?
In relation to not wanting to stand out. So
anything. You said you just made a comment that I value health massively.
Yeah.
But then you find that you get to a certain point and you decompensate.
Mm.
So therefore you must value something else. Now, if you value health and wellness massively, there's got to be something that you value greater than massively.
I would say my number one value is freedom.
So how can your number one value be freedom? So let's I'm not saying it isn't, but how can it be? Okay. Now, if you were going to be kind and allow me to challenge that.
Go for it.
Okay. Without being, I don't want to hit too close to the bone or anything like that.
Go for it.
So if your if your highest value is freedom, tell me in any area of your life where you experience freedom.
I experienced it in my Okay, yeah, I experience it in my business life. I do. I would say recently, in the sense that I make the decisions as to what I work on, and that's been a new experience for me in a way.
So if I were to go and get my telescope and peer into your life,
Yeah.
where would I see freedom? How would I see freedom?
In the choices that I make.
But you said that you value health and wellness massively, and yet you decompensate all the time. So how can there be freedom there?
Mm.
And if there's not freedom there, how can it be anywhere else? Freedom's not situational, is it? You know, when I go behind the wall and nobody's watching, I'm as free as a bird. Is that about the size of it? I'm free in my mind. I'm just not free anywhere else. So let me ask you this question. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being really damn important, you know, I chew my fingernails off to get there. 1 is I really couldn't give a tuppenny toss. Okay. So how important is it for you to be thought well of?
Like 9 or 10, and I've realized this recently.
Okay. So if it's really, 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 really important for you to be thought well of, then how can you be free?
Yeah.
Because if it's important for you to be thought well of, then you're always at effect. You're never at cause.
Mm.
So you're always at the effect of the opinions of other people.
Mm.
And rather than freedom, you're actually positioning for approval.
Mm.
You're positioning for positive regard, which is what Josh does. Positions unconsciously, or maybe consciously, but you're positioning. So your life is dependent on other people's opinions of you. It's not dependent on your opinion of you. And in Man's Search for Meaning, I think what's his name? The author said, you know, the last of the human freedoms is not something anybody can take from you. You actually have to give it away. And that's the power of your own mind. So if you're positioning, you've given it away.
Mm.
So freedom might be an aspirational value, but it might not be a lived value. Okay. And so we can easily know. So here's what happens with values. Each individual has a set of values, and basically, as human beings all over the planet, we have values. You know, they're not. I mean, there's lots and lots and lots of values, but basically, you know, let's say the first 30 odd are pretty much commonly held. It's just that those values might have a different place, different position on hierarchy. Is that okay? So the things that are in the top 3, let's say top 3 or 4 of your hierarchy, you'll give more energy and attention to than those that are actually lower on your hierarchy. So because you give more attention and energy to the things that are actually high on your hierarchy, you live those experiences. So if I ask you differently, not what your values are, but if I say to you, you know, where do you give your most of your time and energy to? Where are you the most organized, you know, during the days, during the weeks? You know, what are you the most organized around?
I would say I'm organized. It's a difficult thing because I've got this identity that I'm a disorganized person. So when you say that to me, I'm like, it almost seems like controlled chaos sometimes, my life. But, you know, I've learned how to prioritize certain things that I need to get done. And I tend to aim to get something done per day. And I feel like I've developed a degree of organization in that, in the ability to get something done in the day. So to take action.
Okay. So let's say you're most organized around whatever you need to do on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So where else are you? That's okay. So we can call that one. What's your next area that you're most organized around? You'd spend a lot of time and energy. You put a lot of time and energy into it.
I would say training and exercise.
Okay. And what would be the next level?
Probably breathing and introspection. So like, you know, meditating or reading through
So what do you
podcasts
read?
and books.
What do you read?
I read lots of how to.
Okay. So tell me where you're the least organized on a sort of a daily basis. Again, if I had my telescope into your life, where would I see, you know, maybe a bit of chaos, maybe a bit of mess?
I mean, my girlfriend would say in how clean I am around the house and stuff like that.
No, I'm not asking your girlfriend, I'm asking you.
That's what I would
Where are
say.
you
That's what I would say.
Where are you the least organized?
Probably, yeah, probably in that sense. You know, in terms of like physical organization of my surroundings.
Yep. Where else? What would be another area that you're the least organized? You don't spend much time and energy there.
Structuring things like emails and my whole back end process, my filing.
Okay,
system.
so admin and follow up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Where else?
Sometimes communication with other people. I don't know if that would be one, but
Yep. No, it's okay. So I didn't hear the word mention of money. I didn't hear the word of freedom mentioned. I didn't actually hear the word of independence. And that, just don't jump to them because I'm saying them, but I didn't hear anything about that.
Yes.
So my sense is your highest value is you know, personal achievement or business achievement. Then, you know, you've got a couple of values that sit just underneath that. But, you know, in a back-end organization or the admin, you're sloppy at it because you don't put any time and effort in it. So we don't put time and effort into values that are lower on our hierarchy because all the time and effort we put into are the things that are actually higher in our hierarchy. And because I didn't hear independence and freedom, because you asked me, it's independence and freedom, and I can demonstrate that in just about any area of my life. Because that's where I put my time and energy. Does that make sense? So that leads me to the thinking that, you know, freedom might be aspirational, but because you can't do your back end, you can't actually have freedom. Because if that's chaotic, you can't actually have freedom. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Now, you don't have to do it all, but you might have to outsource it. Then it's off your dial. You don't have to put any time and energy on it because you've outsourced it. So it's not that you have to do everything. It's just that if it's chaotic, and yes, you know, there's no freedom in chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, it was when I hired a personal assistant, and it like was probably one of the best decisions I've made in terms of organizing and just putting processes in place like calendars and stuff, which has helped me immensely. So yeah, but I definitely see there's so many areas.
But did you unhire them at some stage?
I mean, I've been through that a few times as well. Yeah.
Yeah. No. So, look, one of the ideas about freedom or whatever, independence, is that you don't actually have to do it all yourself. Like if you think about the most the most successful businesses, they don't do it all by themselves. The business owner doesn't do it. Often they have boards of directors. Well, what's another name for boards of directors? Oh, just different mentors. And they pay those mentors to sit on the bloody board. So their job is to help this business be better than I can actually help, than I can do this. But now I take the responsibility, but I pay you to sit there and advise and to teach and to sculpt and to encourage and to warn, to think, and all those sorts of things. That's a mentor. They just call them by a different name. You think about any successful person in any sport, where's the coach? Right next to them. Any sporting team, they always acknowledge the coach. It kind of sort of doesn't make sense after a while, does it, to think I've got to do it all myself? Your job is to get the money to employ.
Yeah.
That's your job. Okay, your job is to get the money to invest in you and your resources, be they knowledge resources, be they emotional resources, be they practice, repetition resources. Now, how's everybody feeling at the moment? Like mind-boggulated, or do you want me to launch into a brand new subject, which is a little bit more complex than this one?
I'm enjoying it so far, man. I mean, it is a lot, but it's power stuff.
I had something, Paul.
Yeah, go on.
Hi, I'm Tony.
Hey, g'day, Tony.
This thing around wealth and like I get, make the decision to be wealthy. And I do consider myself wealthy, but the thought of being wealthy around others and expressing that, I do feel, the limited to do that, especially if it's in a group setting, in person, perhaps with people that are, haven't made that decision to be wealthy or not wealthy.
Yep, I certainly don't express it, so I'm with you.
Yeah.
I don't talk to anybody unless they want me to talk to them about something, but they have to. It's not me telling them anything. I mean, most people wouldn't have a clue what I do. Yeah, I'm just the odd one, sits up here on the hill, throws gumboots in the paddock. So you don't have to express it to anybody. You can just be wealthy totally by yourself and enjoy that experience and enjoy that freedom, knowing that you've got a better quality, a better set of choices, a better set of experiences, a better set of possibilities for yourself than other people. And if anybody would ask you, you can, feel free not to hold back. But again, you've just got to be a bit circumspect, if they're not really avid listeners, and they start, if you sense any resistance, then they're not at willingness, are they?
Yeah.
They're not at neutrality. If you heard me talk about those levels of consciousness. So if you even smell resistance, just don't go. Just say, yeah, fine, okay, good. I'm glad you got that opinion, and if it's serving you well, then that's fine. Nothing I say counts. Nothing I say matters.
Yeah, good.
But if you've done the work and you're enjoying the benefits, then congratulations. So good on you. But you don't have to be anything around anybody that's none of their business.
Yeah, I get that. And maybe part of it is, though, I still feel I have work to do.
Well, that's okay. You know, I don't think achievement's got a limit on it.
Yeah.
You know, you can build a muscle, but can you make that muscle bigger? Yep. It's just more work.
Yeah.
I don't know whether anybody knows a person by the I think he goes by the name of the Liver King. Does anybody know him or heard of him?
Yeah, on Insta.
Well, I don't know him. I had just saw him the other day for the first time. Somebody was doing some stuff at his place, and the first thing he got in the meeting was you know, bullet pistol and stuff like that. You know, whatever. But there, just you know, the thing that really appealed to me is there's a guy that just doesn't care what anybody thinks about him, or at least it appears so, and all he wants to do is get a bigger and better experience, and you know, that for his which I assume is his wife and his children. You know, he's doing whatever he can to experience more and more and more. And in fact, he wasn't even afraid to be shown up. And so they were doing some sort of, I don't know what it's called, but they had this machine where they hook their legs in. So it's like doing sit-ups, but they go all the way back to the ground. So, and they're doing it sort of mid-air. And so I think he was able to do more than the younger fella by, let's say, 20 years. But then they picked up two are they kettlebells, are they? So one in each hand. They had a vest of weights on. They had weights strapped to their ankles, and then they pulled a sled of weights on them. Okay, and it was the fastest one over, I think it was a mile. And this younger fella, like, you know, it almost killed him, but he did it, you know, and he came in like several minutes before the Liver King came in, but the Liver King set the challenge. So he wasn't afraid to be, you know, shown up. He just wanted the challenge. So, you know, that really appealed. He's, you know, the way he uses his mind really appealed to me. So, of course, you know, if you see that clip, you saw he's, you know, absolutely luxurious where he lives and how he experiences life. But yeah. So if you've got more work to do, yep, that's a positive. And get some more eustress into you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And invest some of that wealth into you. You know, it's the type of conversations you can have at a higher level. It's the type of experiences you can have at a higher level that cause so much more interest and you know, positive experiences than at a lower level.
Yeah, I kind of get this feeling though there's still something holding me back from whether it's progressing further with my wealth or.
That's okay. We can chat about that in some of the Q&A sessions if you're up to it.
Yeah.
You know, that's just something that you know, I'm sure there's some boys on here that have got the skills to help you explore that as well. So don't be afraid not to tap into your colleagues.
Yeah, appreciate that.
My pleasure. And just give me a tick for a bit. Okay. So, any more questions?
Just on what you said a little while ago, Paul, it's about your perception of the reality of your reality, and it made me think of Daniel Kahneman's book Thinking Fast and Slow, and
Yes.
saying like your view of the world and reality is just predictions based on past experiences.
Yes.
But following our intuitions is more natural and more pleasant than acting against them. So there's always that resistance to new ideas and frame of references. And then it made me think of what you said on one of your lectures on EMC1. You must change the landscape of your mind so that it becomes more productive and less habitual.
Yes.
But that's obviously extremely hard for people.
Well, is it?
Well, it must be, because people are resistant to new ideas and ways of thinking. Are they not?
Well, if we were to be, let's say that we want to be a little bit more accurate. Okay, so people change their minds all the time about anything from willy-nilly. So when you say that's hard, is it in fact hard, or is the story that you've made up about it hard? So that you create the perception that it's hard. Now, if you're creating the perception that it's hard, then that's going to be a truth that operates for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
But in reality, it's everything but hard, because people do it all the time.
And
So if you think about it in this way, so, and again, this gets back to your values, your hierarchy of values, and hopefully, somewhere along the line we might have a visit of that material. But if you think about, all learning is going from the known to the unknown, isn't it? So that you can make the unknown known. Now, if a teacher is giving you the learning, the teacher is describing the unknown to you. Now, if you're following intuition, then you might be naturally curious about the unknown. What is it that I don't know? I don't know. And if you're naturally curious about that, nothing's going to be hard. But in terms of intuition being if you think about intuition, it's actually a process of getting data into your ability to perceive. Okay, so intuition is a data entry mechanism. So it's and it's generally based in the future. I mean, so is creativity. So is inventiveness. It's generally based in the future. So you're going into the future to grab something and bring it back to your present as though it's real. And so truly intuitive people, they don't find that difficult. Most other people who are not intuitives find it really weird because they don't work like that. Their perceptual mechanism, which is data in, goes back into the known world, like the world of the past, so that they can grab something that is quantifiable, provable, measurable, tangible, verifiable. But intuitive doesn't. They bring something from the future back into their known world as though it's a done deal. But nothing's verifiable, nothing's provable, nothing's being done because they just thought it up. Now, that doesn't mean to say that anything is hard until you create the barrier of it's hard. And of course, then that's going to be true for you. And that's going to be like that slide that's bombarding, coming from your past subconscious set of expectations and experiences. And you're going to be re-languaging that all the way. But in order for them to have learned anything, they have had to have gone from the known to the unknown. What's more likely to happen or have happened, and this is the subject of the next session, is that they have become developmentally arrested at some stage in their lives, and they can't get past that point. And so a while ago, I talked about the free ride bias. Social engineering only wants you to develop up to a certain stage. And the stage that they want you to develop up to is the stage of predictability, obedience, and servitude. They don't want you to develop into independence and freedom, because if they do, then they can't control you. Okay? So most people go and do the normal things. They basically go to school, then they go to high school, then they go to university, they go get a job, they get married, they go in debt, and then they pay off the rest of their lives as paying off debt. That makes them very predictable. It tells the social engineers exactly what they're going to do in their 20s, exactly what they're going to do in their 30s, exactly what they're going to do in their 40s, in their 50s, in their 60s, and their 70s, etc., etc. So they can develop all of these opportunities to suck more money out of their purses and their wallets and their bank accounts all through those decades, because they don't realize that the house is stacked against them. Okay. And like if the casino gives you a little win, what are you going to do? Decompensate. It's like if life gives you a little bit of a win, if the system gives you a little bit of win, like a tax return or something like that, a bit of a lotto win, you'll decompensate. They know that. So they're happy for you to gamble. They're happy for you to, because ultimately you're going to lose. Ultimately, you're going to spend more money than you'll ever make. So it's more likely that they're developmentally arrested and they're not interested in further learning. Not that it's actually hard. So if you think about what is hard, well, how do we describe it? How do we identify it? Isn't it just a construct in your mind?
Yeah, let's spot some thought there.
So let me have a look. So the next presentation has got 45 slides in it. And I'm not going to be able to get through that in half an hour. So what happens if I give your minds a bit of rest and we just do the rest in Q&A, and I do this presentation on Thursday, where we've got a couple of hours to give it. It'll add to what we've discussed today, but it'll stretch it even a little bit further. And because the numbers are actually falling, I'd much rather a lot of people get the opportunity to ask questions than I don't even know if they'll review it if they're not here. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, that works well.
Okay, so I'll earmark, and the subject is spiral dynamics, Keegan. So, so you'll know how difficult it might be to get people's heads wrapped around that. So, so we can just now just go backwards and forwards with a bit of banter or whatever. You still with us, Tony?
Yeah, sure am.
Good, okay.
You know, I want to learn more about crypto, and I'm on the crypto Discord channel. But for some reason, I'm always hesitant to ask a question on there, where I know that that's the way to learn. But anyway, that's just something that's on my mind, because that's a goal of mine to be more involved in the crypto space.
Okay.
I kind of feel like
make sure you start off with the big B. If you haven't got the big B,
what's that
get
mean?
the big B first. Get the big B first. Just put all your energy and attention on the big V. As it's going down, get some more big V. B.
Yeah.
Bitcoin, yes. You don't need to occupy your mind with anything else other than that. Get a really good supply, and then start doing the other stuff.
Okay.
And if you want to back up, and get a big E.
Well, that's pretty simple.
Yep. You know, they're the first two.
Yeah, well, they're the big ones on the market.
Don't ever think you've missed out. There's another golden opportunity coming up.
Paul, I was going to ask, are you, you're familiar with Tony Robbins, right? Was he part of your education process?
He was, but perhaps not in the way that others might think. But he certainly was. Yeah.
Yeah. And I also, so I've been reading a book called Becoming Supernatural by Joe Dispenza, and he talks a lot about heart coherence, which is, there's some similarities between what you were talking about earlier, which was really like serendipitous to hear on this call, you know, and it's been, yeah, it's just been super powerful. I was wondering, do you do any meditation yourself and visualization around your outcomes? If you do that anymore, do you use that in the past?
Daniel's spot on there, the Heart Math Institute. You know, so, you know, leading all of this research is actually the Heart Math Institute. Joe Dispenza is a really, really interesting person on many different levels. In, I think it's California, somewhere around Los Angeles or somewhere close, there was, or there still is, what was it called? I think it's called the School of Enlightenment. And the School of Enlightenment was run by, I think, a fellow that goes by the name of Rantha, or an entity that goes by the name of Rantha. It was kind of sort of administrated. I might have, you know, get my words a little bit mixed up here, but basically, when Rantha wasn't around, this person was a J.Z. Knight. And Joe Dispenza was a student of the School of Enlightenment for about 10 years, I think. And then he became an instructor for about 7 years, you know, if my history is serving me correctly. But I think it was 3 students from the School of Enlightenment that actually made that documentary or film called What the Bleep Do We Know? And, you know, What the Bleep Down the Rabbit Hole. And so you know, that's where basically Joe Dispenza gets his big breakthrough when he says how to create your day. And, you know, that's just been repeated, you know, ad infinitum all around the world. And he does big workshops and, you know, so he's a, you know, I mean, I've read all of his books, so I'm very familiar with Joe's work. But a lot of that research comes out of the HeartMath Institute. Now, if you start to read that, you can actually buy software programs and put them on your computer that train your heart to be in coherence. Now, if you think about the field that your heart emits, like the energy field, is called a torus. And a torus has a particular shape, like a big donut. And the heart field, or the heart torus, I think is about 5 or 10 times the distance, can be measured 5 or 10 times further from the body than the mind's torus field can be read. So I think it's 5 or 10 times, you know, stronger or more powerful or more, you know, so it can be read from further away. So if you think about, you know, everything being energy, which is what Einstein said, you know, it's not, you know, philosophy, it's actually physics. Our Taurean fields of heart and mind, if you think you're working in a busy like office and all that sort of stuff, they're always colliding into, you know, everybody else's field, and it creates an enormous amount of incoherence on a daily basis. It's the same as you're riding on public transport. You know, you've got sardines going, a tremendous, you know, and then you're sitting down watching drama on the news and drama on TV. It's a tremendous, you know, incoherence going on in the mind and heart. And if you think about, there's like the neural pathways from the heart to the brain almost shy into non-existence, the neural pathways from the brain to the heart. So what's actually going on here? You know, which one's driving? We all think it's actually the brain, but from an energy perspective, it's so much more richer and so much more deeper and so much more. So Keegan brought that advice in 2012 from one of the HeartMath guys. So yeah, they've probably updated it, you know, many times since. So you can use that in conjunction with your meditation, but you can sit down and do it for an hour, and basically, you know, you might it might have a graphic of sailing a balloon around the world. Okay, so your heart coherence has to be at a certain level to move the balloon. And if it falls off that, of course, the balloon will sink or not move forward, and you basically just run out of time. So all of those sorts of things where you can practice to getting your heart and your mind's, like, you know, into coherence, rather than, you know, rather distracted like most people's processes are going on. So look, and of course the HeartMath Institute, there's another one, Greg Braden. He's really big on that work. You know, yeah, so anybody that's, you know, sort of referencing that is generally either done the research themselves. I mean, Joe's done a lot of research himself, but it's all backed up by the HeartMath Institute.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's been really incredible listening to that, and some of the results that they seem to get in those massive workshops. Like, I mean, I don't know how true that is, but some of the results they're getting with transformations and healing illnesses and everything, it just seems, yeah, just incredible.
And again, you know, if you think about the placebo effect having 30% efficacy, you know, if you believe it, we've got 30% chance.
Yeah.
Just on the placebo.
Yeah.
Now, medicine, I don't think gives you, I'm not a scientist and I'm not a doctor. I don't write, prescribe or anything like that. But I don't know that medicine's got that, surgery maybe, but not, maybe medicine doesn't have that sort of efficacy.
Mm.
So you imagine being swept away with a large audience is just going to compound the placebo. It's again, lots and lots of examples in spiritual traditions that can, point to those sorts of things. There's lots of, spiritual healers in the Philippines that I've actually been and visited, and my eyes are seeing it, but geez, I tell you what, I struggle with the reality of it. So I just choose to believe it. It's so much easier choosing to believe it than not. But my golly gosh. So what course did you do, Keegan?
The heart math practitioner. Like it was calls. They were like 4 o'clock in the morning Australian time for 12 weeks, and then they sent out a folder and stuff, and it was cool. But I think you can get a lot of it out of. I got a lot out of it with like Bruce Lipton and just doing it. But even at the Sydney Roosters as well, they one of the guys they brought in as a breath expert, he was using that method as well with the players. And it's powerful. It's a powerful tool for athletes in state management. It's really interesting stuff. Comes and goes from my focus. I have the device here. There's different. You can get it so it goes on the computer with that's the one with the hot air balloon that travels around, and then there's one that's like a phone app. There's a handheld one. I've had all of them over the time. But it's you can definitely feel something, and the research is strong around it, around heart rate variability and recovery. It's been used in the space program for a long time, and professional sport, like most teams were using it 10 years ago, and they're still doing some sort of variation of it. It's probably not as hot in elite sport as it was then, but we were testing the heart rate variability of our players every day. But at that stage, it was all about the testing and not so much about the changing. So a few of them that were more open-minded wanted to actually change their heart rate variability rather than just measure whether they were in a good state or not. Super interesting stuff.
One of the concepts that might be that you might be interested in pursuing a little bit of learning on is the idea of entrainment. And so this comes out of a lot of research, but one of the particular experiments that I'm aware of is that you can set any number of, let's say, grandfather clocks in the same room, and you can set them all a different, the pendulum that swings backwards and forwards. You can start them off all at different stages, and they go along and they be their clock. But after a while, they'll all actually be that they train themselves to exactly the same movement. And so, there's been all sorts of other experiments on that even with women going through their cycles. If there's a lot of, in the company of a lot of women, those cycles will all line up. And so it's really important for me to think about, growing the number of people in Uncommon Success. This is not a marketing pitch, but it is a self-development pitch, because the more people that you surround yourself that are actually moving in the same direction, the more entrainment that is actually going on. Daniel, you talked about co-regulation. Do you want to explain, tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so another aspect of the work I do is nervous system regulation through neurogenic tremors, or TRE, trauma release exercise, and down regulating the nervous system when an individual or a group of individuals have a down regulated nervous system or feel calm, grounded, and present in their own bodies. The people around them, their own nervous systems will start feeling safe and will start adjusting to the people surrounding them. Excuse, I got a toddler running in the background.
That's okay. I've got a cat sitting on my desk, not sitting on my desk, sitting on my lap, not sitting on my lap, knocking books off the desk. Look, you know, there is so much wisdom in this group that you know, I would like to see some of the work that you do, Daniel, that could be expressed by way of example with some of the members in the group, especially some of those people that might be a little stuck by their past. If you can take them through a series of exercises, or at least show them what to do, and so they can get the option to, let's say, do some serious work with you. Or in fact, if there's an opportunity to, you know, demonstrate down regulation, or sorry, whatever that word was. So don't sort of be shy in being able to share that wisdom around, or at least I'd encourage it.
Yeah, I've got a grin on my face because I'm taking Luke through some of the story work, and I'm in talks with Keegan on developing something where we tie in a little bit of the co-regulation, or at least the TRE aspect of using neurogenic tremors to create that resilience. So like this whole workshop has already sparked so many ideas and so many different thought processes around like how I can tap into that using just some of the information or knowledge that I've seen. And
okay, see you, Luke.
So yeah, so it's like you said, you mentioned something about like the comfort zone. So once you get that 10% above that comfort zone, you revert back to like old patterns. So
yes,
from my experience with the regulation of the nervous system, you start creating more resilience. So you can start stepping into getting a little bit more out that comfort zone, and then putting in more practices, and then having the accountability, or having, you know, the coach, or having those group calls, being in a group of people that have taken those steps. Like Keegan has mentioned before, you know, being in a group of people that's taken steps ahead of you already, it's already evidence for you to take note of and start taking those kind of steps, having them to co-regulate with, so you can start in training with their own safety, their own groundedness on where they're at and all the challenges that they've already experienced, knowing that you will go through the same experiences, but then knowing that you're also going to be safe. And that's like the feeling of the safety in the nervous system to keep you grounded and accountable, to keep on moving forward, creating that momentum. So that I'm just going on like a flow, but it's trying to build something like that, or at least a container where you can take those people that feel stuck, who, you know, show up and then revert back to old patterns, and then stop showing up within the Uncom container. So I would love to build something like that. That's definitely along the lines of where my skill set comes in.
I think there's a Substack developing there, Keegan. The Substack before Uncom.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a frustration that we had during Elite Money Club, was that there wasn't really a big enough or fertile enough environment for people to really test their skills and put their best to work. Where that's even over the last 3-4 months. So we have an app now where people can link with each other and put their ideas forward. And like Luke's already had 50 customers within Uncommon Success. Daniel's just starting to to bring that to sort of market. He's tested his stuff with a couple of people, but yeah, there is a really fertile environment where anyone can bring any concept or their area of expertise and test it, share it.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's what we wanted to have before. Like it's starting to happen now, like more of a marketplace testing ground. Yeah, it's
It's brilliant. That's brilliant. They say we're down to the last three. So anything else you want to share or ask? So I did actually have a third program organized for this week, but I'll probably do that the Thursday following next Thursday. So I'll probably do some content so that we've got content through the week or through the month as well as the content for months 2. So
yeah, I think that's ideal if we can do one or two like that.
Yeah.
With the entrainment, Paul, what I just had a quick look at where that might go. There's a couple of things that I'll look into, but there's a bunch of different directions with it as well. Is there anything specific? Any
well, if you think about today's sort of lesson, growth is outside comfort.
Yeah.
And basically it's thinking about future-based criteria as opposed to always revisiting the past. Now, if you have a whole bunch of people that are future-based and not past-based, in other words, they're not talking about excuses, they're not talking about the barriers, they're not talking about what's hard or what's not hard. Their whole language base is based on, they're achievement orientated, not, super orientated, but they're future based.
Yeah.
Now, then even if people are past referencing all the time, just even in conversations that are future based, they're actually going to listen to people who they've never heard before, because most past based people have never heard future based references. Okay, because that's social engineering. They want you to remain stuck. It's not that they want you to be liberated or free of that, because stuck people create more for the economy than unstuck people. You've got to provide them with more services and more service, and you've got to think about more services to provide them with. So, if you think about even and this is, I probably wouldn't go there, straight away, but even just to hear, people enjoying this stress called eustress, even just the language of eustress versus distress, not just using the word stress, which is fairly meaningless. I was going to say, even if you start picking up on language patterns that are future referenced or past referenced, and even just having the freedom to say, is that a future reference or is that a past? Not to, pin anybody, but to actually ask the question. And if they identify it as being past reference, we'll say, okay, so, will that help you develop a new feature? I'm sure Daniel's got a whole bunch of ideas around that, but basically even just listening to different languages. I mean, I shared, well, here, look, I'll give you a quick example of something, just, and all it is language patterns, okay? So I'll just give you a quick example. Let me just find it. Now, I'm going to share my screen, share my sound, And I'm just going to get you to listen to the language and see how much of it you understand.
Ending up, guys.
They now have to keep printing or we crash.
We've got this ticking time bomb.
Talking gold with the one and only Andrew Maguire.
Welcome to Live from the Vault.
Welcome to Live
just
from the
run it
Vault,
for a
or should
couple
I
of
say
minutes.
live from the jungles of Costa Rica. Yes, I'm out of the vault. My name is Shane Moran, and I'll be your host for this episode. And from the entire Live from the Vault team worldwide, we want to really thank you for your continued support. And as you can imagine, the community keeps growing thanks to you, and thanks for sharing and spreading the word about this important channel here. There's a lot to talk about during these historic times, and fear not, because we have the one and only Andrew Maguire. He's in the house.
So I want you to listen to Andrew Maguire's language patterns.
And we'll be talking gold today, and this is going to be an amazing episode, so fasten your seatbelt. You know, Live from the Vault gives you access to information and updates you just can't get anywhere else, and I promise you this episode will be no exception.
A tree and a lake is the jungle. But anyway, guys, let's get to the question, and that's a great question. I know that you've got it, you've kind of honed out a load of questions. So look, when we talk about, I'm going to start about talking about the bearish crosses. Now, please don't switch off here. A bearish cross that drives the gold price and gold and silver price is simply because gold and silver are foreign exchange crosses. And if the dollar is rising, the natural reaction to that is to sell or buy gold and silver, depending on whether the dollar's rising or falling. So, I mean, obviously, that's just the paper side of the market. But we've had 2 solid weeks of these bearish crosses, and it's been driving these speculative algos to tick for tick sell gold and silver futures. And of course, we're in the middle of summer here, in liquid conditions. Most people are at the Hamptons, desks are on skeleton staff. So really, we're seeing an accentuated move, but it also helps us to look at the footprints. And we'll look at what to expect next week as the September COMEX futures positions roll right off the board, but into what are unprecedented, deeply backwardated conditions. We've talked about backwardation. It simply means that the futures market is cheaper than the cash price. Okay, so in September, it should be pretty much at par, but in December, it should be at a massive contango, a premium. So
now, I've been listening to Andrew for years, trying to actually understand him. But I can pretty much keep up with these language patterns, but for most people, it's just gobbledygook. It's just double Dutch, you know. Now, if you think about the language patterns of achievement and advancement are around about to people that are not on the pathway, about the same language patterns as Andrew Maguire to the general public. And so I've spent years and years and years trying to entrain to the language patterns of Andrew Maguire, because I think it's important. But he speaks from, you know, a planet somewhere out there in cyberspace, and I'm a keen student. So, you know, contango, what does that mean? You know, at a premium, backwardation, all of those sort of, you know, things. So I've got to stop. I've got to look it up, and then I've got to make sense of it all, and it's got to filter through my, you know, my cognitive processes. But it's my you know, discipline of just keeping and doing, and then suddenly it starts to make sense. So I was thinking of the entrainment of the positive. You know, at first, like, you know, when people first hear me speak, they don't sort of bit, you know, goes a bit over people's heads until you kind of sort of settle into it.
Yeah, I think we've all experienced that.
Yeah, me and Josh were having a conversation about this, about just when you write something down, you retain, or when you listen to something, you retain like 20% of the information. When you write it down, you retain 50% of the information. But when you say it over, you retain 80% of it. So you're taking somebody else's information and then embodying it, and then being able to say it over again in your own language allows you to understand it a little bit more. So you're talking about your work, Paul. So there's some new language, some new things to take from your work, and then from there taking our own understanding and then sharing it again allows us to understand it just a little bit better.
Yes, and I think that process is called embodied cognition. And that's why I encourage everybody to share it. You know, there's no, you have full access to it. The more people you share it to, the more the more value you're actually sharing around the world. So I'm not somebody who, grabs hold of it and says you can't touch it. So cut it up into little bits and create podcasts or whatever, and share it. Okay, so let's leave it there, and we'll connect now. Is it going to be 11:30 on Thursday? Sorry, 4 o'clock on Thursday, or?
Yeah, if you can do the 4 o'clock, that'd be ideal.
So that's going to be the new set time?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. We're done. Okay. I will see you all next Thursday. And if there's anybody that's, not tuning into these, encourage them to come and have a listen. If they have to get up early or stay up a bit later, it's once a week. Their future is much more valuable than a bit of sleep. See you all. Bye.
Thanks, Paul. Bye.
Thank you. What time zone was that? That time?